Hello, my dear friend. I'm so glad you're here tonight, in this quiet little corner of the universe where the noise of the day has gently faded away and only the soft hum of existence remains. I invite you now to let your shoulders loosen, let your breath slow, and if you wish, close your eyes, because tonight we are going somewhere extraordinary, somewhere the usual roads cannot take us, beyond the familiar constellations that watch over our nights. Beyond the great rivers of stars that weave the galaxy together, lies a secret passageway, a hidden thread in the very fabric of reality. It is something whispered about in physics and dreamed about in fiction, a doorway that does not simply lead forward, but folds space itself, so that two faraway places can touch, like the edges of a page meeting in your hand. This is the story of wormholes, not dangerous, rushing tunnels, but gentle bridges carved by the geometry of the cosmos, bridges that may one day allow us to step, not just across space, but perhaps even across time. For now, let us float together at the edge of possibility, and listen to what dreams the universe is ready to share with us tonight. Shadows spill gently across the land as the last of the daylight loosens its hold. Colors fade in slow motion, the warm golds and pinks surrendering to an expanding sea of indigo. Somewhere in that quiet shift, the shapes of the world change. What was sharp under the sun blurs into silhouettes softened by the tender patience of night. A faint glimmer appears far above, a single point of light, timid at first, as though testing the darkness before settling into glow. Far beyond the reach of wind or water, there is an ocean that no eye can see. Its surface is not blue but infinite, its currents invisible, yet every planet and star rides upon it. This is spacetime, soft enough to bend under the weight of worlds, yet strong enough to hold the entire universe together. Around a solitary star, the unseen ocean curves gently, forming a hollow where planets drift like slow-moving ships. No ropes tether them. They follow the slopes carved into this vast fabric, gliding along the natural paths set for them billions of years ago. A comet passing through feels these slopes too, its icy body tracing a graceful arc before vanishing back into the cold, deep dark. Sometimes a great mass presses deeply into the cosmic fabric, a black hole sinking like a heavy anchor into an endless sea. The space around it falls inward, as if the ocean itself were leaning toward that dark heart. Even light cannot escape the pull, vanishing as though swallowed by the quietest tide. The tides of this ocean move without sound. They carry with them the slow drift of galaxies, the lazy spirals of stars, and the tiny but constant dance of atoms. The pull is patient, never hurried. Each motion, no matter how vast or small, is part of the same silent rhythm that began when time itself opened its eye. A beam of light, traveling for millions of years, finds its path gently bent when it passes near a heavy star. It does not resist. Instead, it follows the curve as naturally as a feather follows the swell of a breeze. The bending is not forced. It is the shape of space itself that guides it. Light, for all its speed, is still a passenger on this invisible ocean. The moon's path around the Earth is a quiet example of this truth. There is no string holding it close, no hidden machinery keeping it in place. The Earth makes a small hollow in the space-time sea, and the moon simply drifts within it. Both are moving, both are falling, and yet the curve keeps them dancing together without ever touching. Imagine standing in a place where gravity feels like a whisper, where a step could send you drifting for miles. Out here, the gentle slopes of space-time replace the solid ground of Earth. You do not walk, you glide. Each movement is guided by the unseen landscape beneath you, shaped not by soil or stone, but by the weight of suns and the pull of galaxies. This ocean is not still. Every supernova, every moving planet, every collision between galaxies sends ripples through. These ripples are the universe's own version of waves. Some are small, barely noticeable, passing through planets and stars without effort. Others are vast, traveling for billions of years, carrying with them the memory of the moment that made them. In the farthest reaches of space, where galaxies are thin and scattered, the ocean seems almost calm. Yet even here, faint tides pass by, stretching and squeezing everything in their path. Time itself flows slightly differently in these ripples. ticking just a little faster or slower as the waves move through. On Earth, deep underground, scientists have built instruments sensitive enough to feel these cosmic waves. They wait in the dark, listening not for sound but for a change in the very fabric around them. In a distant pair of black holes collide. The ocean shivers, and these instruments catch the faint tremor. The detection is like feeling a single drop in an endless sea, yet it tells the story of something unimaginably vast. The galaxy drifting in this ocean is like a luminous island. Its stars move along great spirals carved by the invisible shape of space-time, each orbit a perfect balance between momentum and the curve beneath it. If you could watch for long enough, you would see the entire galaxy rotating, turning in slow harmony with the tides around it. Closer to home, Earth itself rides a current that carries our whole solar system around the center of the Milky Way. It is a journey that will take over 200 million years to complete, a single lap in the grand race of stars. All the while, we are floating on space-time's gentle swell, never feeling the motion because we are part of it. Sometimes the curves in the fabric become so extreme that strange effects appear. Near a massive planet, time runs just a little slower than in the empty stretches far away. This is not an illusion. It is the way the ocean flows. Its depth affects the rate at which time moves. For astronauts in orbit, the difference is small but measurable. Over years it adds up, making them slightly younger than those who stayed on the ground. Farther out in the domain of black holes, the slopes become nearly vertical. Space falls inward and time itself stretches thin. To an outside observer, anything approaching the edge of this pit seems to slow down, frozen in place by the extreme bending of space-time. But for the object falling in, time passes normally. It is the rest of the universe that appears to rush ahead. Even in places without great masses, the ocean is not flat. Tiny fluctuations like ripples left from the birth of the universe still move through it. These faint undulations are relics of a time when everything we see today was compressed into a single glowing point. The fabric has never been perfectly smooth since, and those ancient imprints still guide the way galaxies form and grow. Light traveling across this ocean does not move through emptiness. It weaves between these curves, adjusting its course subtly but constantly. Over billions of years, these tiny adjustments decide where galaxies appear in the sky, how stars seem to cluster, and how we, from our small planet, see the grand design of the cosmos. In the quiet spaces between stars, the ocean feels eternal. There is no sense of beginning or end here, only motion, slow and sure, as though the universe itself is breathing. Every rise and fall of this invisible tide carries not just matter but time and energy as well. It is the stage upon which every cosmic story unfolds, the unseen hand that shapes every orbit, every beam of light, every moment of existence. Even your own body is shaped by it. The Earth's mass bends the space-time around you, holding you gently to its surface. The pull you feel when you stand or fall is not a force pushing you down, but the natural curve of the ocean guiding you toward its center. You are following the same rule that keeps planets in orbit and stars in their spiral. And if you could see it, if the ocean were made visible, you might find it more beautiful than any sunrise. Waves of pure geometry, hills and valleys of invisible depth, stretching in all directions. Stars would appear like stones resting in gentle hollows, their light flowing outward in perfect arcs. Planets would trace elegant paths around them, never breaking stride. Somewhere in the far depths, the ocean might curve back on itself, creating strange shapes. It is here, perhaps in the folds and twists of space-time, that the seeds of impossible journeys are hidden, paths where distance loses its meaning, and the shore you leave behind is only a thought away from the shore you arrive upon. A star rests in space like a stone upon a silk sheet, not crushing the fabric but shaping it. Around it, the invisible threads pull gently inward, creating a hollow where planets gather and circle in endless patience. The shape is neither rigid nor still. It sways with the quiet rhythms of the cosmos, responding to the motions of its neighbors, to the distant pull of other suns. The weight of a star is not felt as pressure or noise, but as a soft command written into the fabric beneath it. Light curves around this presence without protest, tracing smooth arcs that speak of the star's quiet authority. Every beam leaving its surface begins its journey already bent, guided from birth by the slope of space-time around it. In the heart of that slope, fusion burns like a silent drumbeat. Hydrogen becomes helium, energy flows outward, and the very act of shining presses into the surrounding space-time. The star's mass and the heat it releases form a single influence, deepening its place in the cosmic fabric. Without words, the star tells the universe where to flow. Planets answer the command without hesitation. They fall forever toward the star, yet never reach it, moving along the graceful curves it creates. Each orbit is a kind of surrender, a recognition that the path carved by the star is the easiest way to move through the sea of space. Some stars carry their weight gently, their slopes shallow and wide. Others press more firmly, bending space so deeply that even nearby starlight feels the pull. Around the most massive of them, space-time curves enough to delay time itself, making clocks in their presence tick a little slower. To anything far away, life near such a star seems to unfold at a gentler pace. The bending is not abrupt. It spreads outward like ripples from a stone dropped in water, though here the ripples are steady, unending, and invisible. A photon traveling past a star feels its path shift not in a single moment, but gradually, as though it were following the slope of a long hill. Clusters of stars weave their weights together, their individual hollows merging into a shared landscape. Between them, space-time is stretched and folded into subtle valleys where gas clouds settle and condense into new suns. The birthplaces of stars are shaped not only by matter, but by the gravitational contours left by those already burning. Even in the vast gulf between galaxies, the gentle pull of starlight exists. A single sun, hundreds of light years away, still makes its mark, a faint curve in the fabric that might guide a wandering comet or nudge a passing stream of dust. Over millions of years, these small influences accumulate, guiding the slow evolution of entire regions of space. When two stars orbit one another, their weights mingle in a delicate dance. Space-time between them twists slightly, forming a kind of bridge along which both bodies fall and circle. The motion is silent, but if you could see the fabric itself, you would watch waves of curvature sliding outward from their orbit, carrying news of their motion to the farthest reaches. In some corners of the universe, giant stars push so deeply into space-time that they teeter on the edge of collapse. The weight becomes too much for even light to escape, and the star's identity is swallowed by the darkness of a black hole. The footprint it leaves is permanent, an unseeable pit in the fabric, a place where the weight of existence becomes infinite. Not all stars are solitary. In dense regions, hundreds may share a small volume of space, their combined weights sculpting a complex landscape. Space-time here is a tapestry of dips and slopes, valleys merging and separating, creating intricate paths for gas, dust, and light to follow. The result is a cosmic geography, as real and varied as mountains and rivers on a planet's surface. A small star can still leave a lasting mark. The sun, modest compared to giants elsewhere, shapes a wide and steady curve that keeps Earth and its companions in orbit. Its influence stretches far beyond the last planet, guiding the slow drift of icy bodies in the outer reaches. Every satellite, every grain of dust within its domain is a traveler on the slope the sun has carved. The texture of space-time around a star is smooth but not featureless. Waves from distant events pass through it, stretching and squeezing space by tiny amounts. These ripples briefly alter the star's influence, like wind brushing across the surface of water. Though the change is fleeting, it is a reminder that even the heaviest objects are part of a living, shifting whole. Starlight carries the story of this weight across the universe. As it journeys outward, it bears the memory of the curve it escaped from, subtly shifted in color and path. Astronomers reading this light can tell how strongly the star bent space, how massive it is, and even if other stars share its sky. Each photon is a messenger, shaped by gravity before it began its flight. Near the surface of a star, the bending of space is more than a mathematical truth. It is a lived reality for anything that drifts too close. Time slows, paths twist, and escape requires great energy. The gentle weight of stars is not truly gentle when felt this near. It becomes an undeniable pull, the same pull that binds planets, moons and comets into their unending paths. Massive stars nearing the ends of their lives sometimes release their hold abruptly. In the moment of a supernova, their core collapses inward while their outer layers are cast away. The collapse deepens the curvature of space, so sharply that the fabric itself shudders, sending gravitational waves across billions of light years. These waves are a brief reminder that even the gentlest weight can change in an instant. The presence of a star shapes not just the paths of planets, but the flow of time and the very possibility of motion. Without the curves they create, orbits would not exist, and the slow dance of celestial bodies would give way to straight, lonely trajectories through empty space. The stars make the universe navigable, their weights forming the channels through which cosmic life can travel. Gas clouds drifting through space are drawn toward these gravitational hollows. As they spiral inward, friction and compression heat the gas, igniting new light. In this way, the gentle weight of stars not only shapes the universe, but gives rise to the next generation of suns. Each star is part of an unbroken lineage, its influence rippling forward in both space and time. Around some stars, the bending of light is so strong that it acts like a lens, focusing and magnifying distant galaxies behind them. To an observer, this creates arcs and rings of light, a visual echo of the star's weight, made visible by the path light is forced to take. These gravitational lenses reveal structures far beyond what any telescope could see alone, turning the star into both subject and tool of observation. The heavier stars leave their marks even after death. Neutron stars, the remnants of once massive suns, are tiny yet unimaginably dense, curving space-time so sharply that nearby matter falls toward them at nearly the speed of light. Their weight is concentrated into a space no wider than a city, but the curve they create is felt far beyond their small size. No star exists in isolation from the rest. Each one feels the distant tugs of others, adjusting its position ever so slightly. The combined influence of all these weights weaves the grand structure of the cosmos. Clusters, filaments and voids, arranged not randomly but according to the invisible pattern carved into space-time by mass itself. Every night, when you look up, the starlight you see is also the site of space-time at work. Each point of light marks a place where the universe is not flat, where the silent weight of a sun shapes the motion of everything nearby. The constellations are not just pictures drawn in the sky, they are maps of the great invisible terrain beneath the stars themselves. The humming night stretches wide above you, its ceiling stitched with stars that seem to lean in close, as though eager to share their quiet counsel. Air moves like a tide through the grass, pulling the scents of earth and stone into a slow drift. You feel the weight of the day loosen its hold, as if each breath were unfastening another thread. The horizon has melted into a blue, so deep it almost feels warm, and in that velvet stillness, the stars appear not simply as light, but as lanterns carried by unseen hands, each one holding an old memory meant only for the patient listener. Some of these lanterns sway faintly, as though in conversation with the winds that roam the edges of space. Their glow is not hurried, nor eager to prove itself. It simply exists, the way a heartbeat does, persistent and steady. A few seem brighter than the rest, not because they are closer, but because their stories press gently against the darkness, spilling into the spaces between your You begin to wonder if their arrangement is random, or if perhaps they are placed with purpose, like notes in a melody written across the centuries. There is a comfort in letting your gaze wander from one to another, without needing to know their names. Each star seems aware of your attention, responding not with movement, but with a shift in tone, as if their light thickens when seen, and softens again when left alone. Somewhere in the distance, a meteor slides quietly across the black, so briefly that it feels almost It leaves behind no sound, only the ghost of a trail that fades like breath on a window. Between these points of light, the darkness feels neither empty nor cold. It is more like a fabric, rich and strong, holding the stars the way a hand cups water, firm yet gentle. You realize it is in this darkness that the lanterns can truly shine. Without it, their stories would be drowned in glare, It makes you think of how silence shapes music, giving each note its place. The night sky too needs its pauses, its stretches of shadow to make each light distinct. As your eyes adjust further, fainter stars begin to emerge, ones that had been hiding in the veil of their brighter kin. They are smaller, more delicate, but no less important. They remind you of the quiet people in a crowded room, the ones who don't demand attention, yet carry entire worlds inside them. Perhaps these are the oldest of the lantern bearers, their fuel nearly spent, their stories already whispered 1,000 times. Or perhaps they are newly kindled, still gathering the courage to speak. Now and then your mind drifts, and when it returns you find you've been staring at a single star without realizing it. Its glow feels familiar in a way you can't quite explain, like meeting a stranger who somehow knows your name. You imagine it has been watching your life from a great distance, not judging, not interfering, simply holding space for you in its quiet beam. You wonder if it sees you now sitting beneath the canopy of its brothers and sisters, listening as though you could catch even one syllable of its ancient tale. The air around you hums faintly, not the hum of machines or insects, but something deeper, older. It's as though the night itself is resonating with a frequency you can almost hear. Perhaps it's the sum of 1,000 tiny vibrations, the sway of branches, the shifting of soil, the slow stretch of cooling rock under moonlight. Or perhaps it's the collective murmur of the stars, their voices too slow to register as speech, forming instead a single endless note. From time to time a breeze brushes past, cool and brief, and you can't help but feel it carries pieces of faraway places with it. Maybe a grain of desert sand once warmed beneath another sky, maybe a drop of seawater, long since evaporated, now floats invisible among the molecules. The stars too are made of borrowed matter, each one gathering atoms forged in older fires. It is strange to think that their light may have been traveling toward you since before there were words for light at all. In moments like this, distance becomes hard to measure. You know these lanterns are far beyond the reach of any earthly journey, yet they feel present, almost near enough to touch. The space between is filled with nothing you can see, yet it doesn't feel like absence. It feels like the stretch of a deep inhale, the pause before something begins. You realize that perhaps the stars are not merely above you, but around you, woven into the air you breathe and the bones that hold you upright. Somewhere at the edge of sight, the Milky Way spills itself like a river across the sky. Its current is thick with light, flowing not with water but with time. You trace its course as far as your eyes allow, and you feel as though you're following a path meant for those who walk in dreams. If you could step into it, perhaps it would carry you past the lanterns, past the night itself, into the vastness where the first stories were lit. Infinity by its nature resists the neat boundaries that minds try to place upon it. It is not a number, nor a line that stretches forever, but a breathing fabric that bends, curves and folds when touched by the weight of stars. Somewhere in the deep quiet between galaxies, that fabric rests like a vast sheet floating in still air, waiting for a ripple, a whisper, a tilt in the balance. To imagine the folding of space-time is to imagine a map not made of paper, but of reality itself, a place where here and there are not fixed, but can be coaxed toward one another like two drifting feathers drawn together by a secret breeze. Distance in this view is not an obstacle, it is simply a suggestion. A long journey can become a single step, a far-off star can appear at your shoulder, the edges of the universe can lean toward you as if they have something to tell. When a massive star presses into space-time, the fabric does not tear, it curves inward, like a hammock holding a sleeping weight. If you could run your hand across that invisible surface, you would feel the slope of reality tilting under your palm, a gentle descent toward the star's heart. This curve is not limited to matter, it is written into the pathways of light itself. Even the fastest thing in existence cannot resist the call of the fold. Light follows the bend, weaving around stars, bending near black holes, tracing the invisible topography of the cosmos. But what if the fold could be shaped, not just by mass but by intention? Imagine a civilization that understands the fabric well enough to gather it like cloth, pinching two distant points until they kiss. To them, the idea of far away would be quaint, an old superstition from the age before folding. They would step across galaxies as one steps across a room. The edge of one reality could be pressed against another, allowing not only travel, but the exchange of dreams. The folding of infinity would not be abrupt. It would be as soft as a page turning. You would feel it first, not in your eyes, but in your bones, as if the universe had exhaled and let you slip into a deeper layer of its breath. The air might shimmer faintly, the way heat rises from desert sands, and suddenly the geometry of your surroundings would become fluid. You would not move through space. Space would move through you. The mind struggles to imagine such a thing without picturing a tear, a hole, or a tunnel. But infinity does not need to be broken to be rearranged. It is not fragile, it is supple. It can hold 1,000 folds and still remain whole. Each fold is not an escape from distance, but a redefinition of it, a shortcut not through but around. And yet there is a quiet mystery to such folding. Every point in space has its own deep history, its own rhythm in the grand song of the universe. When two points are brought together, their histories hum against each other, like the meeting of two notes in a chord. Perhaps this hum is part of the cost. The universe keeps its balance, ensuring that every fold is not only a movement in space, but in time. For when you bring two places close, you may also be bringing two moments close. A fold in space could also be a fold in memory. Some folds might let you see a place not as it is, but as it was long ago, when its stars were new, when its planets were still molten, when life had not yet stirred. Others might open into the far future, where the shapes of constellations have changed beyond recognition. You might step through expecting a distant star and find instead a quiet void where it once burned, the ashes of light drifting into nothingness. The folding of infinity is not only a tool for movement, it is a lens through which to view the entire story of the cosmos. It reminds us that space is not a flat stage, but a living, responsive field, that the shortest path between 2 points is not always a straight line, and that sometimes the most profound discoveries are not on the other side of the fold, but in the fold itself, in the way reality curves and cradles possibilities. Even now, the universe is folding without our touch. Gravity draws the edges together in slow motion, galaxy toward galaxy, cluster toward cluster. Dark energy, that strange and unseen force, stretches the fabric outward while gravity tucks it inward, creating a dance between expansion and folding. We are passengers in that dance, carried along as the vast cloth of reality rearranges itself. If one were to stand far enough away outside of space itself, the folds would not look like wrinkles or bends. They would appear as patterns of light flowing across the fabric in great spirals, each fold catching and redirecting the glow of stars. It would be less like looking at a map and more like gazing at an ocean whose surface is alive with time. And perhaps in the deepest quiet of night, when you close your eyes and feel the gentle pull of sleep, you are sensing some small fold of infinity passing near you. A place where the distance between your mind and the rest of the cosmos is reduced to nothing, where you are not apart from the stars, but folded into them. Secret doorways in the cosmic weave, planting the idea of wormholes as hidden passages, waiting quietly in the fabric of the universe. Imagine the universe as an endless tapestry, woven from threads of time and space. If you could lean close enough, you might see tiny knots in the weave, not flaws but quiet invitations. These are the secret doorways, the wormholes, patiently resting between stars. They do not call out or announce themselves. They hum softly like a lullaby, only the curious can hear. In your mind, picture walking along the threads of this cosmic fabric. Your steps are slow, weightless. The weave is smooth beneath your fingers. Yet every so often, there is a place where the threads fold in on themselves, making a hidden fold in reality. It feels warm, as though the universe is offering you a hand. Inside that fold, light bends in impossible ways. A single step could take you to another corner of creation, far beyond the limits of ordinary travel. But these doorways are they prefer to remain hidden, tucked into the gentle currents of space-time, only revealing themselves to those who walk with patience and wonder. You might pass 1,000 without noticing, unless you let your mind grow quiet enough to feel the subtle tremble of their presence. If you linger here, you realize that wormholes are less like tunnels and more like whispers. They are the universe's secret passages, not made for haste, but for those who wish to slip between the folds of infinity with grace. And perhaps, if you are still enough, you might one day find yourself at the threshold of one, where the fabric dips inward, the air grows luminous, and a new horizon waits just beyond. The night stretches out in deep velvet quiet, and above it, the stars seem to lean closer, each one holding its own small flame. In this stillness, light becomes more than sight. It is a presence, an ancient companion, carrying the memory of journeys older than the earth itself. The darkness between the constellations is not empty, but rich with the invisible echoes of distant suns, a silence filled with the slow heartbeat of the cosmos. If you could close your eyes and listen, perhaps you would hear it, that soft and endless pulse. Far above the thin skin of the atmosphere, starlight travels unbothered by wind or weather. It crosses the vastness between galaxies, slipping past drifting clouds of dust, its path shaped by gravity's subtle curve. Some of these photons have wandered for billions of years, their origins traced back to explosions so powerful they stitched together the very atoms in our bones. The calcium in your teeth, the iron in your blood, the oxygen filling your lungs, all once belonged to stars that burned long before the first forests swayed on Earth. In this way, each breath and heart is a part of a story written in light. The mind drifts when thinking of such spans of time. Imagine a beam of light setting out before Earth was even a swirl of gas and rock, before the sun found its place in the spiral arm of the Milky Way. That same light, undiminished, continues forward, patient as only the cosmos can be, until ages later it brushes across your skin or reflects in your eyes. For a brief moment you become part of its journey, the last page of a book written in silence and space. Shadows also travel with you here. As starlight pours down, your own form writes its temporary absence across the ground. These shadows shift and breathe with the wind, stretching when the light is low, shrinking under its full gaze. They are as much a record of light's presence as they are of your own, a reminder that where illumination exists, so does its quiet counterpart. Light and shadow are not enemies but partners, each giving shape to the other. Through a telescope, a star that seems no brighter than a pinprick blooms into a world of its own, a sphere of roaring plasma, so immense that human language struggles to contain it. Its surface ripples with waves of heat, vast enough to engulf planets whole, yet from this unimaginable distance, it offers only a soft glimmer. Our eyes take that glimmer and weave it into constellations, stories, and symbols. Cultures across centuries have threaded their myths into these same points of light, seeing in them hunters, rivers, birds, and endless pathways. Between those familiar shapes, there are darker stretches where no star appears to shine. But these spaces too hold their own wonders. Clouds of cold gas where new suns are quietly forming, or the hidden gleam of galaxies too far away for the naked eye. The universe is patient with its creations. Stars are born, live, and die over spans so long they seem eternal to us. Even in death they are generous, scattering the raw material for new worlds into the interstellar sea. On Earth the light arrives thin and gentle, softened by layers of atmosphere. It refracts through air that has carried countless seasons, bending and scattering into colors that paint the morning and evening sky. Sunrise turns the horizon into a pale fire, and sunset cools it into deep gold and violet. These colors are simply the language of physics, yet they feel like a message written for the heart, a reassurance that each day, no matter how heavy, will end with a moment of quiet beauty. When the night deepens and the world grows still, light from the moon joins the stars. Unlike their ancient photons, this light is young, having just crossed the short distance from our nearest celestial neighbor. Yet even this is borrowed, sunlight reflected off the moon's surface, carrying with it the same origin as every other beam in the night sky. There's something humbling about this shared source, as though every light we see is simply one thread of the same great fabric. The human body is a natural receiver for light. The eyes are finely tuned instruments, turning photons into electrical whispers that the brain can weave into vision. Even closed eyelids cannot entirely block the sun. Light seeps through, a warm pressure of gold against the skin. In winter, its return feels like a slow healing. In summer, it glances off the sea and the earth as if eager to touch every surface. Without it, life as we know it would fall silent. Plants would not grow, seasons would dissolve into cold permanence, and the rhythms that shape every living thing would fade away. And yet, light is not only for life, it is also for memory. Every photograph is a record of light from a specific moment. Light that touched a face, a field, a room, then was caught and kept. When you hold such an image, you are holding the actual traces of that moment's illumination preserved across years. In a sense, you are cradling time itself. Somewhere in the far darkness beyond sight, light is still traveling from moments we have not yet seen. There are supernovae blooming in silence, their glow racing toward us, and it may be thousands of years before that light meets human eye. This thought is a strange comfort, the knowledge that beauty is on its way, no matter how distant. The universe does not rush its gifts. Light has no weight, yet it can press against the sails of a spacecraft, guiding it across the void. It can bend under gravity, curve around invisible masses, and stretch with the expansion of space itself. It is both messenger and architect, shaping the path of worlds. When you stand in the sunlight, you are not simply warmed. You are being touched by the oldest traveler in existence. In cities, artificial light blooms against the sky, washing out the dimmer stars. Yet even here, the brightest points push through. They remind us that above the neon and glass, the original night remains, vast and unbroken. If you could rise above the tallest towers, the stars would spill back into Joe, countless and unhurried. In the quietest hours before dawn begins its slow return, the air feels different. The stars seem sharper, as if the earth itself is holding its breath. This is the moment when ancient light feels most alive, when you sense that the sky is not just overhead, but all around, enveloping you in a sphere of soft brilliance, and perhaps in that stillness, you feel less like an observer and more like a participant, a small but essential part of the same unfolding story that began in the heart of a star. In the quiet folds of history, there are certain moments when the world does not yet know it is about to change. They don't arrive with fanfare or thunder, but with the soft scratching of a pencil, the faint rustle of papers, and the hum of thought too deep to be spoken aloud. It was in such a season that Albert Einstein and Nathan Rosen began their slow wandering toward an idea that would stretch the very fabric of space and time. Einstein was no stranger to maps, not the kind pinned to classroom walls, but the invisible ones that scientists carried in their minds. These were maps of reality itself, hand-drawn with equations instead of ink, and every so often they led to places no one had walked before. By the early 1930s, Einstein had already traveled far across this landscape. He had charted the curves of space-time, traced the paths of light as it bent under gravity's hand, and shown that time itself was not the steady metronome people believed it to be. And yet, in his later years, he found himself at the edges of that great map, staring into the unmarked regions, wondering what might lie beyond. Nathan Rosen, decades younger, arrived at Einstein's orbit like a bright comet, pulled in by the gravity of the older man's mind. Rosen had a sharpness that was never harsh, a way of questioning that felt like polishing a stone until it shone. Where others hesitated to approach the great Einstein, Rosen treated him not as a monument, but as a fellow traveler. They shared an unspoken trust that a question was worth following, no matter how improbable, no matter if it led them into the deep unknown. It is easy to imagine them in Princeton, the air heavy with the scent of rain on stone paths, the hush of early morning light filtering through the windows of the Institute for Advanced Study. Their discussions were not hurried. They could linger over a single equation the way one lingers over a line of poetry, reading it aloud to hear how it breathes. Einstein would often lean back, eyes half closed as though waiting for the universe itself to whisper the next step. Rosen, meanwhile, might pace the room, sketching on the blackboard until the chalk dust painted a faint cloud across his hands. They were, in a sense, cartographers of the impossible. At that time, black holes, though not yet called by that name, lurked in the equations like unexplored continents. Most physicists preferred to skirt around them. The mathematics suggested something unnerving, points where gravity became infinite, where the known laws broke down. It was the kind of place most minds turned away from, but Einstein and Rosen did not. They stood at the edge of that dark abyss and wondered, was there a bridge? Could the universe fold in such a way that two distant points might be joined, not across space, but through? Their curiosity was not the restless curiosity of ambition, but the deep, patient kind that feels no rush to be answered. It was the curiosity of people who know the question is sometimes more beautiful than the solution. And so they began to work, not chasing glory, not even certain if their idea would hold, but simply because there was a space on the map that was empty, and it called to them. If you had been there in that room, you might not have noticed anything remarkable at first. Only two men in conversation, chalk marks on a board, papers scattered across a desk, but what you would have really been seeing was the slow, careful turning of a key in a lock that had not yet been found. The desert night stretches endlessly, its horizon dissolving into a veil of darkness where earth and sky seem to lean into one another in quiet conversation. Above, the stars hang like patient witnesses, each one a point of memory, a light that has traveled for centuries to reach this silent stretch of sand. The air is crisp and thin, carrying the faint whisper of wind weaving between dew. Each grain of sand seems to hold a fragment of time, warmed by day and cooled by night, telling stories in textures too subtle for words. You stand still, feeling the coolness seep into your skin, and it's as if the desert itself is listening for something, an old hum beneath the silence. Somewhere far away, unseen mountains loom like ancient guardians, their forms softened by distance and the silver glaze of moonlight. Shadows lengthen and bend across the dunes, not with the urgency of day but with the slow patience of laces unbound by clocks. The shapes shift gently, their edges rounded by the fine powder of the desert floor, as though they have been practicing the same dance for centuries. The wind hums softly, not in a steady song but in a rhythm that rises and falls like breath. You notice how the stillness is not empty. It is full, layered, alive with subtle motion. Every pause in the air seems to hold the residue of movement, the trace of something that passed long before you arrived. And within this stillness, your own heartbeat feels louder, more deliberate, as though syncing with the pace of the land. In the sky, a slow drift of clouds meanders across the stars, thin and faint like the brushed veil of an old painting. Their edges catch the moonlight, turning to silver threads that weave in and out of the dark. The moon itself is high and unwavering, bathing everything in a glow that feels both ancient and new. Each dune, each ripple of sand, becomes a sculpture in monochrome, shaped not by human hands but by the long, patient work of wind and time. The silence between the shifting breezes grows longer, and in those pauses you feel the weight of countless nights just like this one, stretching back far beyond memory. A faint rustle disturbs the quiet, not alarming but curious, a small creature moving among the dunes unseen yet entirely at home in this expanse. It feels like a reminder that even here, where solitude reigns, life threads itself through every shadow and curve. You imagine the network of footprints, tunnels, and hidden shelters beneath the sand, a quiet civilization going about its night under the soft gaze of the moon. The thought makes you wonder how much of the desert's life you never see, how much of its movement happens in silence under cover of darkness, in rhythms that have nothing to do with yours. As the night deepens, the stars sharpen against the black, their light growing more insistent. As though urging your eyes to adjust and notice more, you begin to see faint constellations that were invisible moments ago, their shapes unfolding like a map you hadn't known you were holding. Each star feels like a pinprick in the fabric of night, a small opening through which something light, memory, meaning spills endlessly into the desert air. It occurs to you that every grain of sand under your feet was once part of a larger stone, shaped and reshaped by forces as patient as the light above. You stand between these two scales, grain and galaxy, feeling both impossibly small and inexplicably connected. The wind shifts, bringing with it a change in temperature so slight it might be imagined, yet you feel it ripple across your skin like a passing thought. Somewhere behind you, the dunes curve away into the kind of darkness that feels like a held breath. In that space, you sense the desert's depth, not just in distance but in time, as though the air is thick with the memory of every footstep, every whisper, every life that has crossed it. The night does not hurry. It unfolds as it always has, without the need for witness or applause. And in its unhurried unfolding, you find yourself slowing too, your thoughts settling like sand after the wind has passed. The air above the mountains feels older than time itself, carrying with it the cool scent of stone and pine. Here in this high and quiet place, the world seems to move more slowly, as if each breath of wind is reluctant to disturb the stillness. Shadows stretch lazily across the ridges, melting and reforming with the movement of the sun, and the light settles over the peaks like a patient hand. Every detail, from the smallest lichen clinging to a rock to the distant sweep of the valley below, feels connected, as though the land is breathing in unison with the sky. The silence here is not empty. It is thick with the murmurs of things too ancient to be hurried. Beneath the canopy of whispering leaves, the forest floor is mottled with light and shadow. Sunbeams fall through the branches in shifting lattices, brushing against moss and ferns as if in gentle conversation. Somewhere nearby, water trickles over stones, its path winding and certain. It carries the scent of rain long past, weaving through the air like a memory. The trees stand in their quiet congregation, each trunk a column in a cathedral without walls. The forest seems to lean closer when you stand still, as if eager to share a secret you have not yet learned how to hear. Down in the meadow, the grasses sway in unison, bowing and rising as if following an unseen conductor's slow rhythm. 1,000 tiny movements blur into one soft wave, a language of motion that the wind speaks fluent. Butterflies drift above the blooms, their wings catching the light in quick flashes. Each petal seems to tilt toward the sun, as if in a small act of devotion. Time here does not measure itself in minutes or hours. It moves instead in the opening of blossoms, the gradual warming of stones, and the gentle dread of day. By the river's edge, the world changes its voice. The water hums over the shallows, murmuring against the smooth pebbles beneath its skin. It carries reflections on its surface, bending them gently with every ripple. Clouds, stretching into shapes that were never in the sky, branches dipping into mirrored depths that shift with each current. The coolness of the river radiates into the air, mixing with the warm scent of sunlit earth. You can feel, even without touching, the long journey this water has taken from snowmelt to this calm flow, as though it remembers every bend and stone it has passed along the way. Higher on the slopes, the wind grows braver, sweeping through the grass in low sighs. Its voice is different here, less whisper and more song, carrying with it the sense of distant rain and the faint mineral tang of the rocks. The air moves in spirals and dips, curling around your shoulders like a shawl. The sound of it is both soothing and vast, like a reminder that the world is larger than your thoughts. The mountains do not simply rise above you, they hold you, their slopes wrapping around your view until you are folded into their quiet strength. The clouds above are never still, shifting their shapes and shades with a kind of graceful impatience. At times they seem heavy with light, their edges glowing gold, and at others they stretch into long soft trails like the breath of the horizon. Between them, pieces of sky reveal themselves, a blue so deep it seems to hold its own silence. Watching them drift, you can almost believe they are messengers bearing stories from far-off seas or deserts you have never seen. They move as if they know exactly where they are going, yet without any sense of hurry. In the cool shade of a boulder's overhang, small lives unfold unnoticed by the larger world. A lizard rests motionless on a patch of warm stone, its eyes half closed, blending perfectly with the speckled surface. Ants move in perfect coordination along invisible roads, carrying burdens many times their size. The air is still here, but not lifeless. Every pause is a gathering of small sounds, a faint shift of leaves, the quiet pulse of the earth beneath you. It feels like a place outside of time where nothing is demanded except stillness. Evening begins with a subtle change in tone. The light draws lower, slipping along the mountain faces and catching in their folds. Colors deepen, greens grow more velvety, shadows stretch and soften, and the air takes on the faint coolness of approaching night. Somewhere in the distance, a bird calls once, and then falls silent, as if marking the moment between day and dusk. The sky becomes layered, holding both the fading warmth of sunlight and the gathering calm of twilight. Each breath feels slower now, as if the land is inviting you to rest. The first stars appear quietly, without ceremony, pricking through the fading blue one by one. They seem almost shy at first, their light softened by the last traces of day, but soon they stand more boldly against the darkening sky. The air cools further, brushing against your skin like the edge of water. The sounds of the world change, river and wind remain, but softer now while the rustle of night creatures rises from the grass and shadows. In the quiet, the stars feel closer than they should, as if leaning down to listen. Night deepens loosely, like ink spreading across paper. The mountains fade into silhouettes, their details lost but their shapes still holding the horizon. The river becomes a dark ribbon, its voice still steady but less urgent. The scent of the air changes, carrying the faint sweetness of flowers that only open in darkness. Every sound seems sharper in the cool stillness, each footstep or rustle unfolding into the vast space around you. Somewhere far above, a meteor flashes and is gone, leaving only the memory of its brief passage. The desert at night was not silent, though its voice was softer than the day's. A thin wind traced slow arcs across the sand, bending around low dunes as if it knew every curve by memory. Stars hung above in their impossible number, their light cool and delicate, spilling over the pale land. Here and there the sand caught that light and reflected it back in tiny flickers, so faint they seemed almost imaginary. In the far distance, the shape of an ancient rock outcrop stood against the horizon, its shadow long and steady, as though it had been guarding this place for thousands of years. Every grain of sand, every wisp of air, every point of light seemed to be part of a vast, unbroken rhythm, one that moved too slowly for the human heart to follow but that the earth itself understood. A small lizard made its way between stones, each step a careful calculation to avoid the cooling patches where the wind pulled in the night. Somewhere beneath the surface, hidden in the labyrinth of burrows, desert mice shifted in their nests, listening to vibrations through the ground than the air. This was a world that communicated in tremors and whispers, where life was tuned to the slightest change in temperature or sound. The human eye, so quick to seek motion, would miss almost everything here. But the land was alive with its own language, steady, patient and precise. If one listened long enough, the desert would speak, not in sentences, but in sensations: the weight of the air, the grain of the sand, the warmth that lingered in stone. Far above, the stars were more than decoration, they were navigators and companions. To the desert wanderer, each bright point was a fixed truth in a sea of shifting terrain. For generations, travelers had used them to cross these open spaces, their positions as familiar as the lines of their own hands. But the stars did more than guide. In their faint pulses, they told stories of unimaginable distances and time scales, how light could travel for millennia and still find its way to a single human gaze. To look at them here, without city lights or haze, was to be reminded of one's smallness and one's belonging all at once. The wind carried with it the memory of the day's heat, a memory that faded slowly, like a story being told in reverse. Where it brushed the dune tops, it sculpted ridges so precise they might have been drawn by an unseen hand. These patterns were temporary, erased and redrawn each day, yet they had the elegance of permanence. A fox's paw print stitched a path along the ridge, before disappearing into a hollow. The sand held the impression for a short while before the wind reclaimed it. In this way, the desert was always writing and erasing itself, a book that could never be read in full. Here, time did not move in the same way as in the cities. Without clocks, the only markers were the slow swing of constellations, the steady cooling of stone, the gradual fading of scents in the air. It was a place that asked nothing of you but your attention, and in offering that attention, truly offering it, you began to feel how much of the world you usually missed. The desert, in its vast patience, was not empty at all. It was full of moments so small they could only be felt, not measured, full of voices that spoke without sound, full of movements too slow to see, but not too slow to be known. Even the horizon here, had its own character. It was not a sharp divide between earth and sky, but a meeting place where light softened and shapes blurred. Sometimes when the moon was thin and the stars strong, it was impossible to tell where the land ended and the night began. This blurring felt less like confusion and more like truth, that the two were not separate things but part of one great canvas. The desert was both stage and audience, both map and mystery. The stars above do not simply shine, they watch, their light crossing oceans of darkness to reach us. Each one holds a memory, a fragment of time when the universe was younger, when silence was heavier, and the first sparks dared to breathe in the vast nothing. Their glow does not rush, it drifts like a whisper through deep space, carrying the taste of old fire and forgotten beginnings. You can almost imagine them holding lanterns in invisible hands, their beams cutting gentle paths across the endless night, showing not the way to travel but the way to feel. Some stars flicker faintly as if telling secrets to the dark, while others burn steady, patient as ancient guardians who have seen civilizations rise and fade. These lights are not merely decorations in the sky, they are messages in a language so slow and vast that our human lives are but a syllable in their speech. The spaces between them hum quietly, holding the weight of distance, where light is still traveling toward us from events that ended long before our sun was even born. The night becomes a library, and the stars its unhurried storyteller. As your eyes follow one beam to its source, you realize the light may have left that star before the first forests grew on Earth, before rivers found their paths. It has been traveling all this time unbroken and untouched, passing through storms of dust, skirting the edges of unseen planets, yet still arriving, still carrying its message intact. It is an act of quiet persistence, of devotion without expectation, a reminder that journeys do not need to be hurried to be meaningful. In the stillness, it is tempting to think the stars are looking back. Perhaps they see us not as we are now, but as we once were, young, still gathering our first fires, our cities glowing faintly on the curve of the earth. And perhaps they do not measure us by our noise or our speed, but by the way we pause, the way we tilt our heads to listen. For light is not just something we see, it is something that waits to be received. There are stars whose light will never reach us, lost to the pull of black holes or swallowed by clouds of cosmic dust. These are the hidden lanterns, their paths blocked, their stories interrupted. And yet, even in absence, they shape the way other lights move. The universe is full of these unseen hands, guiding, bending, weaving a pattern that we glimpse only in fragments. It is a dance both vast and delicate, where presence and absence play equal roles. If you could float among them, drifting from one beam to the next, you might feel the slow pulse of the cosmos, its steady breathing, its patient unfolding. You would see colors the human eye cannot hold, ultraviolet whispers and infrared sighs, each telling of temperatures, distances, and ages beyond counting. You might reach out a hand, and though you could never touch the light, you could feel its warmth in the heart, a warmth born millions of years ago and still alive. Some nights, the stars seem closer, as if leaning in to share something. They hang low, heavy with meaning, their reflections caught in lakes and rivers, as if water itself has learned to keep them company. The wind moves softly then, carrying the faintest impression of cold space, the scent of night that has crossed continents to settle here. The quiet becomes not an absence, but a presence, thick, textured, filled with the weight of all that light. Other nights, the sky stretches away without end, a black ocean scattered with burning islands. The stars are small then, but no less alive, their voices overlapping in a chorus so slow it takes centuries to hear. This is the language of patience, the rhythm of deep time, where even the briefest flicker carries the memory of 1,000 suns. To watch them is to step out of your own clock, to feel your heart align with something older than memory. Every light you see is a survivor of gravity's pull, of collisions and collapses, of the slow fading that claims all things. Each has burned through unimaginable darkness, through the loneliness of space, to reach this moment where it meets your eyes, and in that meeting, something quiet happens. You are no longer just a watcher, You are part of the story. The light is not just arriving, it is being received, and in being received it is completed. Perhaps that is what the stars have been doing all along, seeking someone to witness their long journey. They do not need applause or understanding, only acknowledgement. The simple act of looking up. In that moment your breath slows, your shoulders soften, and you realize the distance between you and those far-off fires is smaller than you thought. You are both made of the same beginnings, the same scattered elements forged in ancient explosion. The light that warms your skin once lit another corner of the universe. And so the night is not empty, and the stars are not far. They are here, in the bones of mountains, in the salt of your blood, in the flicker of your thought. The lanterns above are also lanterns within, each heartbeat echoing their slow, steady rhythm. The sky becomes a mirror, and in it you see not just the stars but the way you have always carried them. The night stretches wide above you, a dome painted with the deepest shade of velvet. In that quiet expanse, the stars seem not just like points of light, but living companions scattered across the sky. They do not shout for attention, they wait patiently, breathing in the stillness, watching over the world with a patience older than ocean. Some glint faintly, their light softened by distance, while others burn with steady, silvery certainty, as though their flames have never known exhaustion. The longer you gaze, the more they seem to draw you in, not as an outsider looking at them, but as if you were always meant to be among them. Their light seems less like something you see and more like something that enters you, weaving into your thoughts and steadying your breath. Far from you, but not far from your heart, they hover as if on invisible threads, lantern bearers in the infinite halls of night. They are keepers of paths unseen by day, guides to wanderers who dare to drift beyond the known roads. Each carries a light that is not merely illumination but memory. Memory of collisions between worlds, of the quiet birth of new suns, of dust swirling into planet. The stars do not hurry in telling their stories. Their words are not made of sound but of light and patience, unfolding in your mind like the slow turning of a page. If you could touch their glow, it would feel warm, not with heat, but with recognition, like finding a forgotten piece of yourself hidden inside time. Some stars lean closer in your thoughts, whispering in a language you don't need to translate. They tell of places where rivers are made of glass and flow between mountains of crystal, where the air is laced with gold dust, and where no shadow exists because the light is too full and gentle to allow darkness. They show you skies that are not black, but deep shades of blue and green, threaded with silver lines that curve and twist like rivers of moonlight. There are worlds where the seas sing to these greens, and the moons answer back with tides that rise like lullabies. In listening, you feel your heartbeat slow to match theirs, as though your body is adjusting to the rhythm of the universe itself. Above you, the constellations seem to rearrange themselves, not for all to see, but for you alone. Shapes emerge that no chart has recorded, figures made of the spaces between stars. A bird with wings that span the horizon, its feathers shimmering with starlight. A tree whose branches grow not upward but outward, touching worlds far from ours. A doorway that opens into an endless, gentle dusk. You know these forms are not fixed. They shift with your breathing, with the tiny thoughts that ripple through your mind. The stars are painters of patience. They canvas the centuries, their strokes measured in the drifting of galaxies. It is easy to forget the space between them. That darkness is not empty but full, a soft ocean in which the stars float like anchored ships, their lanterns glowing to mark safe passages. Each flicker you see began its journey long before you were born, some even before Earth had oceans, before life had taken its first trembling breath. When you lift your eyes to them, you are looking not at what they are, but at what they were. Every gleam is a memory, some tender, some fierce, traveling through the night to find you. The thought makes you feel both small and infinite, a single ripple in an endless sea that has been moving long before you existed, and will continue long after. You imagine yourself walking a path made entirely of starlight, each step carrying you deeper into the stillness. The air is cool, almost tasting of silver. No sound follows you, only the faint hum of the universe, the slow vibration of space stretching and breathing. Along the way, the lantern bearers watch you, and though they do not speak, you feel their welcome. Some drift closer, their glow brushing your hands, leaving the faintest shimmer that fades only when you exhale. You do not need to know where the path leads. The journey itself feels complete, as if the act of walking among these lights is the destination. One lantern bearer, brighter than the rest, moves nearer. Its light is golden, threaded with hints of rose and deep violet. You sense it has traveled far, not just in space but in meaning. It seems to carry the memory of an ancient wind that once swept over a world no longer there, a wind that smelled of salt and wildflowers, that touched mountains sharp enough to cut the clouds. In its light you glimpse moments, children chasing each other across glowing fields, oceans that mirror entire galaxies, cities that sparkle like constellations brought to the ground. It shares these visions without weight, letting them pass through you as gently as rain through open fingers. In the quiet, you realize something. The stars are not watching you from afar. They are watching through you. Your eyes are their windows into the world you walk upon. In your breathing, they measure the turning of this planet. In your heartbeat, they hear the pulse of life continuing. You are not simply a viewer of their lanterns. You are one of them. A light born for a brief moment in the expanse of time. Perhaps when you are gone, the echo of your glow will travel outward, joining the quiet chorus above, waiting to guide another wanderer someday. The night does not press down on you, it lifts you. The stars, the lantern bearers, are not unreachable, only patient. They remind you that you too are a bearer of light, even if your flame feels small. The universe is full of such flames, some brief, some ancient, each adding its own thread to the great tapestry. ChatGPT said, "The stars above are not fixed points. They are markers on a fabric that is alive, stretching and curving in ways invisible to most eyes." Imagine this fabric as a great, flexible skin, bending beneath the weight of planets and stars, folding gently like soft cloth over unseen frame. In some rare and extraordinary places, the folds deepen into corridors, arcs of space that lean toward themselves, creating walls where none should exist. These are the beginnings of what might become a wormhole, a hidden path through the geometry of the universe, held aloft by the curvature itself. Each bend in space-time is like the arc of a bridge, the quiet force that supports everything above it. A wormhole's skeleton is not made of stone or metal, but of these invisible curves rising like ribs around an unseen tunnel. Gravity sculpts them, guiding the flow of light and matter along paths that seem impossible until they are imagined. The walls of this tunnel are not solid. They are defined by the way space stretches, compresses and leans, creating a corridor that might, for a fleeting moment, hold open a shortcut between two distant points. You can picture it as walking under a vaulted ceiling that has no beams or walls, yet it remains steady, curving perfectly to support its one shape. Every arc is precise, every bend a testament to the universe's patience. If a single fold falters, the tunnel could collapse, folding space back onto itself and erasing the corridor. But while it stands, the skeleton of curvature is both architecture and miracle. It is the form that allows something extraordinary to exist, a bridge without material, a path without a road. Light traveling through these curved walls does not move as it would in empty space. It arcs, bends, dances along the invisible ribs, tracing the skeleton's shape without ever touching it. Even gravity itself flows along the curves, whispering directions to planets, asteroids, and cosmic dust, guiding them as though they were following a path laid out long before they were born. In this way, the skeleton is alive, not in the sense of pulse or heat, but in the way it channels the motion and energy of everything that passes nearby. To understand the fragility of such a structure, imagine trying to balance a ribbon in a storm. Every gust of energy threatens to twist it. Every pull of gravity threatens to collapse it. The skeleton of curvature is like that ribbon, delicate, precise, and astonishingly resilient. When held in balance by the universe's subtle forces, it is stabilized by exotic matter, negative energy, and the gentle rules of space-time, each acting like an invisible hand keeping the arches from crumpling. Through this corridor, time and space might behave differently. Distances shrink, not because they are measured incorrectly, but because the tunnel's walls guide motion along a new geometry. Two distant points, normally separated by light years, could appear close, joined by the invisible ribs of the skeleton. Traveling through such a corridor would feel like walking under a bridge that arches endlessly, bending reality around you as you move. The tunnel's walls, sculpted by curvature, are both delicate and infinite in their possibility. They might exist on scales too small to see or too large to imagine, hidden from casual observation, yet their presence shapes the universe around them, influencing the paths of light, matter, and time. Even if no traveler ever steps through, the skeleton's influence is felt, a gentle suggestion that space itself is not passive, but alive with shape and potential. In imagining this skeleton, one can also feel the poetry in physics. The arches and ribs are not arbitrary, they follow precise rules, yet they allow imagination to wander freely. The bridge is built without hands, held by forces unseen, and exists in a space where the impossible becomes tangible. It teaches patience, balance, and the wonder of forms that cannot be touched, but can be felt deeply by thought and attention. Step inside in your mind, and the tunnel stretches outward, the walls rising with graceful curvature. Light traces their shapes, shadow and illumination weaving together like threads of a living tapestry. The arches curve around in quiet harmony, forming not a cage but a Your senses adjust to the gentle sway of space-time, to the pull of gravity that bends without resistance, and the skeleton becomes more than structure. It becomes a companion on a journey where distance is optional, and the only measure is the slow, luminous rhythm of the universe itself. Gravity and geometry perform an endless duet along these walls. Particles drift along, moving as much by persuasion as by force. Guided by the contours of the arches, streams of radiation ripple along the skeleton, revealing its shape in a way that only subtle observation could detect. The skeleton does not rush. It exists in a slow cadence, a patient architecture whose meaning is revealed only through attention and contemplation. Each curve and bend is an echo of a larger harmony, a small part of a pattern that stretches across the universe, linking the micro with the macro, the near with the far. The skeleton is not permanent. It depends on a careful balance of energies and conditions, and in its absence, the arches fold and collapse, erasing the corridor as if it had never been. Yet the possibility remains, and in that possibility there is a quiet. To think that the universe can shape itself into such delicate forms, to consider the patience required for such architecture to appear even briefly, fills the imagination with awe. It is a reminder that the cosmos is not merely a backdrop, but an active, breathing participant in the stories we tell about space and time. Ribs of curvature continue outward into regions unseen, touching points that may never be explored, influencing paths of planets, comets, and light itself. Their presence is subtle, almost imperceptible, yet they hold a reality far beyond ordinary perception. Every fold is a possibility, every bend a bridge, and each corridor a quiet testament to the universe's capacity for creating spaces where the improbable can become the possible. In the mind's eye, the skeleton can touch to infinity, arches rising and curving in patterns that repeat and echo. The tunnel may appear narrow at one moment, wide and expansive at another, yet always its walls are defined by the elegance of curvature, the silent insistence of geometry obeying itself. There is no hasty construction here, only patience and the slow unfolding of spatial form, a bridge built from nothing more than the bending of existence itself. Even if no human or alien traveler ever passes through, the skeleton teaches, it shows that space is not a vacuum, but a canvas capable of delicate, intricate forms. It reminds us that even the most invisible forces can shape reality with precision and care. It whispers the possibility that the universe is generous, capable of creating pathways for exploration and connection, waiting quietly for those who understand its subtleties to imagine walking among its arches. The arches, rising and leaning, echo with the history of space-time. Each curve is a record of how the universe responds to pressure, to energy, to the quiet insistence of its own rules. The skeleton is a living diagram of possibility, a corridor where physics and imagination meet. It is here that the mind can wander freely, tracing the invisible ribs, marveling at their patience, and sensing the subtle balance that keeps the improbable alive. Light, energy, and matter follow these paths effortlessly, bending to the skeleton's arches without resistance. It is as though the corridor has its own gravity, a gentle persuasion that guides without force. Shadows ripple along its curves, revealing the tunnel's shape without ever defining it fully. Each moment in its presence feels elongated, stretched by the very bending of time within its walls, offering a sense of calm, slow exploration. The universe in these rare places folds itself into beauty and possibility. The skeleton of curvature is a manifestation of that folding, an architecture of wonder that exists without hands or tools, yet is as real as any stone bridge we have built on Earth. It is a delicate balance between chaos and order, a corridor held together by the patience of forces invisible and immutable. And in that patience there is a lesson, that the extraordinary need not shout to exist, and that even the most impossible paths can be supported by subtle, unseen hands. The arches continue to stretch, the ribs curve outward endlessly, and the tunnel beckons silently. It is both fragile and infinite, temporary and eternal, a bridge built of pure geometry and held aloft by the quiet insistence of space-time itself. In its presence you feel the slow heartbeat of the cosmos, the rhythm of forces unseen, and the possibility that distance and separation are illusions, momentarily suspended by the graceful architecture of the universe. In the quiet depths of space, not every corridor is grand or permanent. Some wormholes, if they exist, are as fleeting as a candle's flicker in the wind, tiny apertures that appear and vanish without warning. They are restless, alive in their own peculiar way, responding to the currents of energy and matter that surround them. Unlike the carefully curved skeletons imagined in theory, these natural shortcuts are untamed, shaped by chaos and the constant push and pull of the universe. One moment they glimmer faintly, barely distinguishable from the background hum of space-time. The next they vanish entirely, leaving only a memory in the patterns of light and motion around them. Imagine walking through a forest and glimpsing a doorway that disappears as soon as you blink. That is the sensation of these small wild wormholes. They exist on scales so minuscule that no human-made instrument could reliably detect them. Yet in that minuscule scale lies a strange beauty. The universe's capacity to create possibility, even in places too fleeting or fragile for observation. Tiny folds in space might form at the collision of energetic particles, or where gravity bends sharply around a collapsing star. Their walls, if they can be called that, are thin, trembling with the restless push of surrounding energy, vulnerable to the slightest disturbance. Even the light that passes near them behaves strangely, bending in ways that seem almost playful. Photons, the particles of light, curve in response to the tunnel's fleeting geometry, sometimes caught in a spiral, sometimes slipping through with barely a notice. Time itself may behave oddly within these tiny structures, stretched or compressed for a heartbeat before snapping back to normal. They are not bridges for travelers, not in the ordinary sense. They are more like glimpses of what could be, hints of hidden paths that the universe creates and then withdraws. Their restlessness is part of their charm, a reminder that not all wonders are stable or tame. While human imagination often prefers permanence, the cosmos delights in impermanence. These ephemeral wormholes flicker like fireflies in the dark, leaving trails of possibility that vanish almost as soon as they appear. They remind us that the universe does not need to be constant to be meaningful, that beauty can reside in the unpredictable, the tiny and the transient. Some theorists suggest that these small wormholes could exist in countless numbers, forming a hidden network too fine to perceive. They might flare into brief visibility when extreme energy conditions arise, then retreat into nothingness. Imagine a sky filled with thousands of invisible, restless bridges, each flickering on and off in the vastness of space, like sparks along a cosmic wire. Even if they never carry matter across their span, they still influence the flow of the universe, shaping light, guiding particles, and bending the paths of energy in subtle, almost imperceptible ways. You can picture them as wild rivers beneath a frozen landscape, currents that carve paths beneath a solid surface, hidden from view yet persistent in their motion. Their shape is not rigid, their course not fixed. They respond to the slightest ripple in the space-time ocean, flexing, bending, and at times vanishing entirely. The very instability that makes them difficult to study is also what makes them magical, tiny proofs that the universe is not a static stage, but a living, breathing place. Even in their fleeting existence, these small wormholes might connect points that are normally unimaginably distant. The distances they span might be tiny in cosmic terms, a few kilometers or light seconds, but even these tiny folds stretch the imagination, hinting at the possibility that space-time itself has hidden shortcuts woven into its restless fabric. They are too fragile for practical travel, yet their presence offers a glimpse of a deeper truth. The universe is full of secrets, appearing and disappearing at the edges of perception. Observing them directly may be impossible. The instruments we have are blunt, designed for stars, galaxies, and the grand motions of the cosmos. To catch one of these restless tunnels in action would require a patience longer than human lifetimes, a sensitivity beyond anything yet created. Yet even in theory, they hold a fascination that draws the mind, small, wild, and insistent. They hint that even the tiniest folds of reality are capable of bending the rules we take for granted. Their flickering nature gives them personality, almost as if they are aware of their own instability. Some moments they open just enough to bend a single photon's path. In other moments they flare brighter, stretching briefly before collapsing. You can imagine them as the pulse of a heartbeat within space-time, thumping faintly and rhythmically, an ephemeral cadence that marks the universe's restless energy. Each pulse is a reminder that even the most fleeting of things can have influence, that small, wild phenomena matter in the grand orchestra of existence. In contemplating these restless corridors, one begins to understand that not all bridges are meant to be crossed. Some exist only to show that the universe is capable of more than we can observe or contain. Their presence teaches patience and humility, a quiet acknowledgement that much of reality remains hidden, waiting to be perceived by minds willing to embrace uncertainty and impermanence. Even if we never step through a small wormhole, they matter. Their fleeting existence bends light, distorts space, and whispers of possibilities otherwise unimaginable. They are tiny flickers in the cosmic dark, restless yet beautiful, a reminder that the universe is never truly still. Each one is a promise, brief and fragile, that reality contains secrets far stranger than we can hold in our hands, and that even the smallest fold of space-time has its own life, its own pulse, and its own quiet magic. The mind can drift along with them, following the gentle flicker of a hidden path that may exist for only an instant. In this imagined journey, the tunnels pulse like the beating of some great cosmic heart, beating slow, wild, and unpredictable. Every flicker is an invitation, a soft reminder that while the universe is vast and often unknowable, it offers moments of wonder to those who watch and dream patiently. Even in the emptiest regions of space, these small, restless wormholes add texture and depth to the unseen landscape. They bend, shimmer, and vanish, leaving only the memory of their shape and the suggestion that something extraordinary has occurred. Their unpredictability is not a flaw but a feature, a testament to the creative energy that pervades every corner of the cosmos. The beauty of these tiny, restless corridors is that they exist without need for recognition. They are created and erased in quiet defiance of permanence, reminding any observer that the universe's most remarkable acts often occur in secret. The fleeting nature of these wormholes encourages curiosity, an understanding that even if we cannot touch or measure everything, the mind can still wander, imagining the infinite possibilities hidden in the restless fabric of space-time. In the dance of small, wild, and restless wormholes, you can sense the rhythm of the cosmos itself. Their pulses, invisible yet influential, trace the subtle lines of existence, shaping paths of light, energy, and the flow of matter. They are delicate, transient, and insistent, and in them lives a quiet encouragement, that even the smallest, most fragile phenomena can hold profound significance in the grand story of the universe. Space is not an empty stage, but a textured cloth woven from threads of time, gravity, and energy. Across this vast weave there may exist hidden corridors, wormholes tucked into the fold so deeply that they evade all casual notice. They do not announce themselves with light or shadow. They are stitched into the universe with a quiet subtlety, concealed in layers of curvature and warp that only the most careful observation could ever hope to detect. Even the stars, vast as they are, cannot fully reveal these hidden passages, for the fabric bends around them, hiding them from sight as if protecting a delicate secret. Imagine a tapestry so intricate that each thread hides 1,000 smaller threads beneath it. Pull back one layer and another is revealed, a labyrinth of lines that overlap and twist, some straight, some curved in ways that defy expectation. Wormholes might exist in these hidden layers, folded inward upon themselves, invisible not because they do not exist, but because their scale and orientation blend perfectly with the surrounding weave. They are the quiet subtext of the cosmos, present in every glance yet always slipping past notice. Like whispered thoughts in a crowded room, the deeper we imagine space, the more we sense these hidden forms. Light curves slightly as it passes nearby, though too subtly for the eye to register. Gravity hints at a tug where none should exist, but the effect is faint, almost imperceptible. These corridors may only reveal themselves through the subtlest signs, a deviation in a photon's path, a tiny wobble in a distant star, a vibration in space-time itself. To perceive them requires not instruments alone, but imagination attuned to the softest patterns, the delicate nuances of the universe's hidden rhythm. Consider the way a seam in a finely woven cloth can escape notice until the fabric is stretched just so. Wormholes tucked into the folds of space-time might behave in much the same way. They are invisible to casual perception, emerging only when conditions align perfectly, energy concentrated at the right moment, mass bending space in a delicate balance, the curvature of the surrounding fabric cooperating with the fold. Even then, the revelation is brief, subtle, and easy to miss. It is as though the universe keeps them intentionally veiled, allowing only the patient or the perceptive to glimpse them for a fleeting instant. In thinking of these hidden corridors, one might picture a forest floor dappled with sunlight. The light creates pockets of illumination, but beneath the fallen leaves, secret pathways twist and turn, unnoticed yet complete. The wormholes are like these underground trails, fully real, yet cloaked by the ordinary, hidden by the layers of the cosmos itself. Their existence is gentle, not ostentatious, influencing the world around them while remaining unseen, like the quiet influence of a breeze that bends tall grass without drawing attention. Even time itself seems to hide these passages. Events occurring near a hidden wormhole may appear normal to distant observers, yet the flow of causality might be subtly altered within the fold. A photon passing near a hidden corridor could take a slightly different path, arriving just a fraction earlier or later than expected. A particle drifting near a fold in the fabric might wobble imperceptibly, a suggestion of movement along a path that does not conform to the usual geometry of space. These effects are small, nearly impossible to detect directly, yet they hint at the silent existence of structures folded deep into the weave. Our instruments, vast and sensitive though they may be, are limited by the scales at which these corridors operate. The universe has created them at sizes and energies beyond immediate perception, placing them in folds too subtle for conventional observation. Even if one exists nearby, it might pass unnoticed, its effects masked by the sheer complexity of surrounding space-time. The hidden nature of wormholes is part of their mystery, a reminder that the universe's most remarkable secrets often remain out of reach, awaiting only the alignment of insight, patience, and perception. Yet, just because they are hidden does not mean they are inactive. These folded corridors may ripple slightly with the passage of nearby mass or energy, their existence influencing surrounding space even while remaining unseen. Tiny gravitational disturbances, these shifts in light paths, and the quiet bending of space-time are all subtle signatures of their presence. The universe whispers of these hidden tunnels, and the attentive mind can listen, imagining corridors folded inward upon themselves, invisible yet undeniably real. You can picture a wormhole as a fold in a piece of paper. When viewed from above, it is indistinguishable from the flat surface. Only by looking closely, by feeling the paper with your fingers or watching shadows dance along its edges, can you perceive the fold. The universe works in similar ways, folding space-time in ways that are almost imperceptible, creating paths that exist but are hidden from direct view. The cleverness of the cosmos is that it does not shout these secrets, but rather lets them remain tucked quietly into the structure of reality itself. Even in their concealment, these hidden corridors carry a subtle beauty. They embody the universe's patience and ingenuity, the quiet weaving of possibility into the fabric of reality. No bright beacon marks their existence. Their influence is silent, measured, and delicate. They are the cosmos's way of hinting at what is possible, offering glimpses of pathways that may never be traversed, yet whose presence shapes the space around them in quiet, elegant ways. Imagining these hidden wormholes invites a sense of humility and wonder. There may be vast corridors we will never see, shortcuts folded into the deepest layers of existence. They suggest that reality is richer than perception, that the universe is more intricate than our minds can fully grasp. The folds are not careless. They follow the underlying geometry of space-time, obeying laws even when hidden from view, respecting patterns that are subtle, complex, and astonishing in their elegance. One can also imagine their playfulness. A hidden wormhole might flare briefly into visibility, then retreat back into concealment. Light passing nearby might shimmer, as if noticing the corridor before moving on. Gravity may hint at a bend, then behave normally once more. Their hidden nature is not secrecy in a conscious sense, but the natural consequence of their size, shape, and location. The universe folds and bends with purpose, and these corridors remain tucked within the deepest weave, unassuming yet potent. In the mind's eye, these hidden wormholes form a landscape of subtle possibilities. They are everywhere and nowhere, folded into the cosmic fabric like delicate origami, creating potential paths that are never fully realized. Their existence encourages imagination and contemplation, asking us to consider that the universe may hold countless mysteries just out of reach, woven into the very structure of reality, waiting for attention and thought to glimpse them. Even if no one ever passes through a hidden wormhole, their presence shapes the universe. They bend light, influence gravitational flows, and contribute to the subtle geometry of space. They are small, quiet, and invisible, yet they remind us that the cosmos is alive with patterns and paths, many of which elude direct observation. Each fold, each hidden passage, is a testament to the richness and depth of the space-time tapestry, a quiet acknowledgement that the universe holds more than what our eyes can see. The imagination can wander among them, tracing the invisible corridors with thought alone. One can picture moving along their folds, guided by subtle shifts in light and gravity, sensing the hidden architecture without ever touching it. In that imagined journey, the hidden wormholes become companions, gentle and quiet, showing that reality is layered and multidimensional, full of spaces that exist yet remain concealed. Their invisibility is part of their magic. They exist as suggestions, as possibilities folded into the fabric of the cosmos. Like a whispered secret carried on a wind, their influence is felt more than seen. The universe in hiding them preserves their mystery and invites the observer to imagine, to ponder, and to marvel. Even unseen, they are a source of quiet wonder, subtle proof that the cosmos is richer than our perception allows. The hidden corridors ripple in time and space, shaped by the flows of energy and the bending of geometry. They may twist, flare, or pulse, yet their subtlety ensures that they remain unnoticed. Like a faint current beneath the surface of a calm ocean, their movement is almost imperceptible, yet powerful in its persistence. They are part of the living fabric of the universe, hidden yet active, folded yet meaningful, silent yet full of potential. In contemplating these invisible passages, one senses the infinite patience of the universe. The hidden wormholes are not careless constructions. They obey the laws of physics with quiet diligence. Their concealment is not an absence but a feature, a way for the cosmos to hide its deepest ingenuity in plain sight. They offer no guarantee of passage, no promise of discovery, yet their presence enriches the structure of reality, reminding us that unseen forces can shape the world as profoundly as the visible. Imagine a place where the familiar sweep of night sky bends in ways you cannot predict, where stars are no longer distant points of light, but folds in a fabric that stretches infinitely around you. Each star glimmers softly as though aware of its own weight in the universe, its light arcing along invisible curves of space, whispering the secrets of its long journey. Stepping closer, you feel the subtle tug of gravity, not as a pull but as a gentle persuasion, coaxing you along a path that seems both inevitable and impossible. It is as if you are standing at the edge of the known, the cosmos breathing around you, the air of space-time quivering with quiet possibility. A sudden shift occurs as the path folds beneath itself, bending the stars into shapes you could not have imagined. Galaxies spiral in miniature around invisible axes, their curves soft and deliberate, forming corridors that lead into the heart of the unknown. Light stretches and bends as you move, tracing luminous threads that guide your eyes and your mind, inviting you to follow without hesitation. The sensation is akin to gliding through a cathedral of cosmic architecture, where each fold, each shimmer, is a rib of the universe, a bridge linking the distant with the intimate. You notice the colors of starlight differ here, altered by the way space itself curves. Deep blues stretch into elongated trails, while soft golds spiral in gentle arcs, like silk ribbons caught in a quiet breeze. The very act of moving seems to fold space further around you, making distances shrink and swell in a rhythm that feels almost alive. Time, too, participates in this cosmic ballet. Seconds dilate and contract, flowing in gentle pulses that follow the curvature, reminding you that travel through this corridor is unlike anything encountered on a planet bound by conventional physics. Each step, each drift, is accompanied by a soft whispering hum, as though space-time itself communicates in vibrations too subtle for ears, but perceptible to the mind. The hum varies in tone as you navigate deeper into the fold, a melody of presence and possibility that reassures and mesmerizes. You feel weightless yet grounded, suspended between points of light that have existed for eons and a present moment that stretches into infinity. It is an experience simultaneously intimate and cosmic, private yet expansive, as if you are both a single observer and part of the universe itself. The tunnel formed by these folded stars is not rigid. It ripples gently with the energy of passing photons, quivering like the surface of a quiet pond disturbed by the faintest breeze. Shadows and light intermingle in patterns that hint at unseen geometry, creating paths that are only partially visible, like glimpses of hidden doors. Each curve presents a choice, a subtle invitation to follow one fold or another, yet all choices seem guided by the same gentle hand of the cosmos, ensuring that each path is both safe and wondrous, leading the mind into contemplative awe. Even the distant suns seem to lean toward you, their pull softened and diffused by the curvature of space. Their light does not burn but caresses, outlining the invisible ribs of the corridor with faint halo. Comets drift along the edges of the fold like delicate brushstrokes in a vast painting, leaving faint streaks of motion that suggest a larger choreography at play. You are aware of the immense scales involved, yet paradoxically feel intimately connected to each particle, each beam of light, each bend in the fabric through which you glide. Your body, if you had one in this imagined voyage, would experience neither pressure nor strain. Gravity's traditional rules have been rewritten here, replaced with the subtler guidance of space-time folds. You feel a quiet acceleration without sensation of speed, a gentle navigation through the curvature that carries you forward while simultaneously holding you suspended. The mind perceives motion while the senses perceive calm, a paradox that mirrors the duality of wormholes themselves, both real and conceptual, tangible in imagination yet invisible to ordinary sight. Through the corridor, stars fold into themselves repeatedly, creating layers of depth and perspective that challenge comprehension. You notice how a single point of light can occupy multiple positions in your view at once, a phenomenon caused by the complex bending of space around the fold. The experience is disorienting only at first. Soon the mind adapts, recognizing the underlying rhythm and finding comfort in the consistent laws that govern these extraordinary curves. It is a meditation of movement, a ballet choreographed by the fabric of the universe itself, allowing you to drift safely while experiencing the impossible. Sound itself seems altered, Though there is no medium for traditional vibrations, thoughts echo with a resonance that feels almost musical, harmonizing with the rhythm of space-time folds. A single mental note can linger longer than expected, reflecting along invisible surfaces of the corridor, creating a sense of timelessness. In this place there is neither hurry nor pause, neither beginning nor end, only the gentle continuation of movement and light, a river of experience that flows both outward and inward simultaneously. Your perception stretches along with space. Distances contract and expand, but not chaotically. Every fold, every curve is part of an underlying order, subtle yet precise, a geometry of possibility that the mind cannot fully measure yet instinctively understands. You realize that to navigate such a corridor is not to push against space, but to align with it, to allow the folds to guide you while maintaining awareness of the larger cosmic tapestry. There is joy in this surrender, a quiet elation in trusting the invisible currents of the universe. Light curves elegantly around invisible corners, and stars appear in doubled, tripled, or mirrored forms, revealing hidden symmetries in the fabric. You might reach a point where two distant suns seem to brush past each other, folded close by the corridor, yet remain separated by unimaginable expanses. The corridor acts as both guide and illusion, demonstrating the power of space-time's geometry to manipulate perception while obeying the subtle laws of physics. This gentle dance of observation and reality deepens the sense of wonder, reminding you that what is possible in imagination may also be allowed by the universe itself. Even the sensation of time shifts subtly as you drift. Moments expand into long contemplative stretches, and yet the mind never tires. Each heartbeat, if imagined, aligns with the rhythm of the corridor, a pulse synchronized with the bends and folds of stars. Light years feel like steps, yet these steps carry no weight. The corridor transforms distance into a gentle intimacy, bridging scales that are normally inconceivable, allowing the mind to wander freely through a space where ordinary measures of length and duration dissolve. The fold of stars ahead shimmers faintly, as if aware of your passage. There is no danger, no turbulence, only the soft guidance of the corridor's invisible walls. The experience teaches patience, attention, and the quiet joy of perceiving order in complexity. You are both traveler and observer, immersed in a space that is structured yet free, guided yet open, familiar in its rules yet extraordinary in its manifestation. A sensation of floating envelops you. Complete gravity, light, and the geometry of space-time blend into a seamless field of awareness. Stars arch above, below, and around, and the corridor's walls ripple in response to your imagined presence. The universe feels responsive, alive with the quiet pulse of its own mechanics, each fold and foldable layer carrying history, potential, and beauty simultaneous. You move without moving, drift without effort, and observe without interruption, a participant in a journey that is both internal and cosmic. The stars themselves seem to whisper, their faint light guiding your perception along the corridor's twists and folds. It is a reminder that each step in this imagined voyage is guided by the subtle rules of the universe, a blend of physics and wonder. Space is not inert here. It is a living, bending participant in your passage, responding to thought, perception, and the gentle pull of cosmic energy. Each fold, each shimmer, each reflected point of light is a signpost, invisible yet real, marking the path through the extraordinary geometry of the wormhole corridor. The corridor stretches ahead like a river of liquid light, bending and folding in ways that make the eye linger, uncertain where one turn ends and the next begins. Every beam that passes along its surface seems to hum with quiet energy, as though the photons themselves are aware of the journey, shimmering in acknowledgement of the space that curves around them. The walls of the corridor pulse gently, not with violence or turbulence, but with a soft flowing rhythm, reminiscent of sunlight rippling over a quiet pond. Each subtle vibration suggests the hidden structure of space-time, folded delicately to guide both light and mind along a path that is both impossible and familiar. Colors shift imperceptibly as you drift, moving from the deep blues of distant stars to soft golds and violets that seem to emerge from nowhere, born of the bending and stretching of space itself. The corridor's glow is not harsh. It is luminous yet gentle, suffusing every imagined corner without overwhelming. Shadows appear and disappear in a soft play of geometry, hinting at layers beneath layers, folds within folds, like a living origami of the cosmos. The light seems to respond to attention, brightening as the mind focuses, dimming as thought wanders, a partner in this slow, meditative exploration. The sensation of motion is both exhilarating and serene. Though the body feels weightless, there is an intuitive sense of direction, a subtle guidance by the corridor itself. Each curve and shimmer leads naturally to the next, as though the space knows where it intends to go and is gently inviting the traveler to follow. The walls of light appear almost fluid, rippling in response to the passage of energy, the soft interference patterns of photons and gravitational waves combining to create a tapestry of dynamic luminescence. It is a corridor that exists in perpetual motion, yet feels profoundly still to those who pass through it. Particles of light seem to leave trails in the air, faint traces of where they have traveled, forming delicate arcs that fade slowly into the surrounding glow. It is impossible to separate these paths from the geometry of the corridor itself. Each flicker, each trace is a hint at the curvature of space and the subtle ways in which energy flows through it. You sense the interaction of light and gravity as a dance, choreographed on scales beyond comprehension, yet observable through the soft visual cues that define this corridor. The interplay is mesmerizing, evoking a sense of awe that stretches across both mind and imagination. Gravity, though present, is gentle, almost playful. It nudges and guides rather than pulls and confines. Each imagined step along the corridor is buoyed by this soft field, as if the universe itself has chosen to cradle the traveler, allowing them to glide freely while still experiencing the curvature of space-time firsthand. Stars, once distant, now fold along the walls, their images duplicated and mirrored in elegant symmetry. These mirrored lights trace paths that seem to ripple along the surface of the corridor, drawing attention to hidden harmonies in the fabric of space that are usually invisible to ordinary perception. The shimmering light itself seems to breathe, expanding and contracting in rhythms too slow for conventional time, yet unmistakably alive to the mind attuned to subtle patterns. Each pulse is like a gentle exhale of the cosmos, a reminder that space is not inert, but a medium of motion and energy. Waves of luminescence cascade along the walls, intersecting and merging, creating soft, ever-changing mosaics. In some places, the light pools like gentle ponds. In others, it streams like waterfalls of liquid brilliance, folding upon itself in complex, endlessly fascinating patterns. Colors overlap, forming gradients that have no true boundary. Violet flows into gold, gold into deep sapphire, each shade bending with the folds of the corridor, tracing invisible currents of energy that move along with the imagined traveler. This subtle, almost hypnotic display engages the mind, inviting meditation and deep focus. The corridor feels like a safe space, where curiosity is free to roam, and imagination merges seamlessly with the physics it represents. Every shimmer is a whisper of the universe's hidden mechanics, a gentle instruction on how energy, light and space interact when folded into such elegant pathways. The corridor is alive with quiet motion, yet no turbulence threatens the travel. Light curves along invisible threads, while gravity shapes the corridor's interior with patient precision. The walls seem to respond to proximity, flexing subtly when approached, creating a soft, comforting enclosure that both guides and protects. It is a corridor designed not for speed but for experience, encouraging careful observation of the intricate dance of particles and waves, of photons tracing paths in a space that simultaneously obeys and transcends the conventional rules of geometry. Time itself behaves unusually. Seconds stretch like soft taffy, elongating as you follow the gentle twists and folds, yet never causing disorientation. Moments expand and contract in delicate balance, allowing the mind to explore the intricacies of the corridor without fear of rushing or pause. It is a place where the journey matters more than the destination, where every bend, every shimmer is an opportunity to witness the subtle interplay of light, gravity and space-time. The corridor teaches patience, a slow, deliberate observation of phenomena that usually pass unnoticed. As you move, the corridor's shimmering walls reveal microcosmic reflections of the larger universe. Each fold contains hints of distant galaxies, stars and nebulae, compressed into patterns that are almost fractal in nature. The interplay of repetition and variation in these reflected forms evokes a sense of both familiarity and wonder, as if the entire cosmos has been folded neatly into a passageway just for this journey. These reflections are soft, never harsh, yet they suggest the immense complexity of space-time, hinting at structures and interactions far beyond ordinary perception. You notice how light bends in subtle arcs, forming delicate bridges across spaces that seem impossibly distant. Photons that once traveled for eons now fold back upon themselves, tracing paths that create luminous curves and loops. These patterns are not random, they follow the corridor's geometry, obeying the hidden rules of curvature and space-time flow. The effect is hypnotic, a gentle, mesmerizing rhythm that guides attention and encourages the mind to wander while remaining focused on the elegant logic of the corridor's construction. Even as the corridor shifts and undulates, there is a sense of continuity. The walls shimmer, ripple and bend, yet the path remains coherent, a thread through the complexity that allows the traveler to move safely. Each step, each drift, brings new perspectives on the interaction of light, energy and gravity, revealing subtleties that would otherwise go unnoticed. There is a profound lesson in this delicate choreography. The universe allows complexity and chaos to coexist with order and guidance, creating spaces where the mind can explore without fear. The experience of moving through the corridor is both expansive and intimate. Vastness surrounds yet does not overwhelm. Beauty is present without distraction. Light dances along invisible surfaces, curving and folding in harmony with the imagined traveler's path. Subtle vibrations suggest the movement of space-time itself, gentle and rhythmic, echoing the folds and bends in the corridor. This is a place where physics and imagination merge seamlessly, allowing an understanding of both through sensation rather than analysis. Particles along the walls shimmer with hints of unseen forces. Gravity waves and electromagnetic fluctuations pass like gentle breezes, barely perceptible yet persistent. They influence the flow of light and energy, adding depth to the patterns on the corridor's surface. These effects are subtle enough to avoid distraction, yet they enrich the experience, giving the impression that the traveler is participating in a dynamic, living system rather than merely observing a static structure. The corridor also seems to guide perception itself. Shapes, colors, and light intensities adjust subtly in response to attention, creating a meditative feedback loop. The mind relaxes as it adapts to this soft responsiveness, becoming attuned to the rhythm of the corridor. In this state, even the most abstract concepts, curvature, time dilation, energy flow, become tangible through sensation, visualized as shimmering pathways and gently bending beams of light. The journey becomes as much internal as external, a meditation on the harmony between physics and perception. Small glimmers at the edges of vision hint at hidden folds and secondary corridors. They suggest that the shimmering passage is part of a larger network, intricate and interconnected. These glimpses, delicate and fleeting, encourage curiosity, a sense of wonder that fuels the imagination. Even without direct exploration, they hint at the vast possibilities within the fabric of space, hinting at hidden geometries that obey the rules of physics while inviting speculative contemplation. Drifting through the corridor, the sensation of place begins to dissolve. No longer are you bound by familiar coordinates or conventional distances. Instead, every point in space seems simultaneously near and far. The stars fold in gentle arcs around the mind, creating a sense of being everywhere and nowhere at once. There is no forward or backward, only a continuous experience of floating, guided by the folds of space-time that curve, ripple and shimmer with subtle intention. This suspended state is neither dizzying nor frightening, but profoundly liberating, as if the universe itself has invited the traveler to explore its hidden geometry without fear or limitation. The light along the walls of the corridor behaves unusually here, stretching and folding in patterns that defy simple description. Photons seem to follow multiple paths at once, creating overlapping trails of soft luminescence that ripple like waves across the corridor's surface. It is as though the very essence of light is aware of the unusual topology of the space, bending and looping in ways that ordinary perception cannot fully capture. Observing this, the mind learns a quiet lesson about the flexibility of the cosmos. Reality is not always linear, and distance is sometimes a matter of perception as much as measure. A gentle, almost imperceptible hum accompanies the movement, a resonance that seems to arise from the fabric of space-time itself. It vibrates in tune with the corridor's folds, a soft musical accompaniment to the visual spectacle of light and shadow. The hum is calming rather than intrusive, a reminder that even in the vastness of nowhere, there is structure, rhythm, and harmony. Each pulse of the resonance corresponds with the gentle shifting of the corridor, reinforcing the sensation of floating, of being part of a dynamic, interconnected whole rather than an isolated observer. The walls of the corridor curve and twist in ways that create mirrored perspectives. Stars reflected along these folds appear in multiple positions at once, creating an impression of omnipresence. You might glance left and see a familiar constellation, only to perceive it simultaneously above or below in a subtly altered form. This multiplicity is neither confusing nor chaotic. Rather, it emphasizes the idea that space is not fixed but malleable, capable of folding and stretching in ways that allow the same light to occupy several relative positions simultaneously. The corridor itself seems alive, guiding perception while maintaining coherence. Time, too, behaves differently in this suspended state. Seconds stretch into moments that feel expansive, yet the passage of time remains orderly, flowing in gentle waves rather than abrupt jumps. The mind experiences a form of temporal elasticity, a soft dilation that allows contemplation of each fold, each shimmering reflection, without haste. It is as though the corridor itself has slowed to accommodate the traveler's awareness, granting the luxury of extended observation and deep immersion in the otherwise imperceptible details of space-time. Floating here, there is a sensation of weightlessness unlike anything experienced under normal gravity. The body, if imagined, feels neither pulled nor pressed, suspended in a balance achieved through the subtle curvatures of space. Each imagined movement is fluid, with momentum provided not by force but by alignment with the corridor's geometry. Even a slight shift in attention seems to nudge the path forward, emphasizing the delicate interaction between consciousness and the invisible architecture of space-time. The corridor is both observer and participant, responding to thought as gracefully as it responds to imagined motion. Patterns of light suggest gentle eddies and currents in the corridor, faint flows that guide the eye along paths previously unseen. These currents are not tangible, yet they influence perception, shaping the experience of floating. You notice the way distant stars seem to elongate as you drift past them, leaving faint trails of illumination in their wake. The effect is mesmerizing, a dance of perception and geometry that mirrors the subtle influence of gravity and light in the universe at large. Floating here becomes an exercise in attunement, learning to follow the quiet guidance of the corridor while observing its intricate detail. Despite the apparent emptiness, there is a profound sense of connection. Every fold, every shimmer, every reflection of light reminds the mind of the unseen threads linking distant points of space. You feel a part of a larger fabric, integrated into the silent rhythms of the cosmos. The corridor embodies a paradox. It is at once vast and intimate, solitary yet intricately connected to the universe beyond. In this liminal space, notions of isolation dissolve, replaced by an awareness of being intertwined with the underlying structure of reality itself. Mirrored surfaces along the corridor occasionally create the illusion of multiple selves, images of the traveler reflected in soft overlapping patterns. These reflections are gentle, never intrusive, offering subtle reminders of presence and awareness. They encourage mindfulness, a meditative focus on the experience of being both participant and observer, floating yet attentive, engaged yet relaxed. The multiplicity is a visual echo of the corridor's geometry, reinforcing the sense that space is layered, dynamic, and multidimensional. The corridor's edges sometimes ripple in response to imagined movement, creating soft undulating waves of luminescence. These shifts are subtle, requiring careful attention to perceive fully, yet they add depth to the experience. Observing the waves, one senses the interplay between light, gravity, and space-time curvature, a gentle illustration of how forces interact in ways that are normally imperceptible. It is an intimate lesson in the physics of the corridor, presented as an aesthetic and experiential phenomenon, rather than abstract equations. Colors continue to shift in slow, flowing gradients. Soft violets transition into gentle golds, golds into deep cerulean blue. The light itself seems aware of its path, curving around folds with a rhythm that guides perception without imposing direction. Each hue carries subtle information about curvature and energy flow, inviting contemplation and quiet wonder. The corridor functions as both passage and teacher, offering lessons on the nature of space-time through visual experience, blending scientific insight with meditative observation. At moments, the traveler senses the corridor folding upon itself, creating loops where distant stars appear close enough to touch, yet remain separated by unperceived depth. These folds are smooth, seamless, and coherent, offering the mind a demonstration of how space-time might allow shortcuts between seemingly distant points. The corridor embodies the paradox of wormholes, simultaneously present and hidden, continuous and folded, observable yet elusive. Floating in this space allows one to intuitively grasp the possibilities inherent in the universe's geometry. A soft, pervasive light glows from within the corridor, tracing invisible paths along its folds. This illumination is not static. It pulses with the subtle rhythms of energy passing through space-time. You notice that each fold reflects the surrounding light differently, creating delicate mosaics that shift with perspective. It is as if the corridor itself is breathing, exhaling faint waves of luminescence that respond to attention and imagined motion. This dynamic interplay creates an immersive environment, where the traveler is enveloped in both light and structure simultaneously. The sensation of floating is accompanied by an awareness of scale. Distances that once seemed vast are now intimate, yet the sense of infinity remains. The corridor allows perception to reconcile these extremes, offering a bridge between the incomprehensible scope of the cosmos and the tangible immediacy of the present moment. It is an experience of balance, a gentle negotiation between nowhere and everywhere, between immense distance and intimate closeness, mediated by the folds of the shimmering path. Every curve of the corridor hints at unseen possibilities. Tiny, ephemeral lights flicker along the edges, suggesting sub-corridors, branching paths, and hidden folds. These glimpses reinforce the sense that the journey is part of a larger, interconnected system, where each fold contributes to the coherence of the whole. The traveler becomes aware of being part of an ongoing cosmic flow, navigating spaces that exist beyond ordinary perception, yet influence the universe in subtle ways. The interplay of light and geometry creates a soft, hypnotic rhythm. Reflections and refractions shimmer across the corridor, providing visual cues for movement and perception. These cues are gentle, never abrupt, inviting careful attention rather than hurried observation. The corridor teaches patience and observation, demonstrating that even in the most complex or impossible spaces, order and beauty persist. Floating becomes a meditative exercise, harmonizing perception, imagination, and an understanding of physical principles in a seamless experience. The corridor seems to slow its rhythm as you move, bending not only space but the perception of time itself. Each second stretches gently, like soft taffy pulled by invisible hands, allowing you to observe details normally lost in the flow of ordinary life. The passage of time here is subtle, a quiet expansion that invites reflection, contemplation, and wonder. You notice the way the folds of light shimmer in response, their glow lingering longer than expected, echoing the extended moments in this unusual realm. Light itself seems to carry memory, preserving the trace of motion along the corridor as if each photon remembers the path it has taken. Trails of faint luminescence linger in the periphery, fading slowly, emphasizing the elasticity of time in this space. Observing these trails, the mind realizes that time and space are intertwined, both malleable and capable of subtle transformation. Each shimmer is a gentle reminder that motion and duration are not rigid, but responsive, soft, and contemplative. Gravity, curving through the corridor's folds, subtly influences the rhythm of movement. You float without weight, yet there is a gentle cadence guiding each imagined step. The sensation is not one of force, but of cooperation. Space-time itself seems to pulse in sync with the traveler, stretching and contracting in quiet accord. It is a dance between perception and geometry, a harmonious interaction where each moment of stillness carries meaning, and each imagined drift contributes to the unfolding experience. Stars fold along the walls of the corridor, their light elongated into soft streams that reflect the stretching of time. Moments that would otherwise pass in an instant now linger, and the mind has space to explore the interplay of light, motion, and curvature. Each fold tells a story, the bending of photons a narrative in rhythm and hue, suggesting the hidden structure of space-time and the gentle ways in which the universe manages both distance and duration. The corridor becomes a teacher, conveying physics through sensation rather than abstract equations. Subtle echoes accompany your passage, resonances that seem to arise from time itself. They are not sounds in the conventional sense, but gentle vibrations perceived in thought and imagination. These echoes mirror the stretching of moments, reinforcing the sense that time is flexible, responsive, and intimately tied to the geometry of space. Observing this phenomenon, the mind relaxes into a meditative state, attuned to the rhythms of the corridor and the quiet lessons embedded in its shimmering folds. Light curves with delicate precision, tracing arcs that suggest the slow unfolding of events. The corridor's geometry dictates these paths, and the traveler's perception adjusts in harmony. There is no rush, no sudden change, only the continuous soft flow of experience. The passage of time becomes a landscape to explore, each fold and shimmer a gentle contour, each reflection an opportunity to witness the interplay of space, energy, and duration. It is a meditation on movement, perception, and the nature of temporal elasticity. Your awareness of distance continues to shift subtly as time stretches. Points that were once distant now appear closer, their approach slowed to a graceful drift. It is as if the corridor itself manages the traveler's perception, offering an intimate understanding of how space-time can accommodate both vastness and immediacy simultaneously. The experience is disorienting only to the extent that ordinary rules no longer apply. Soon the mind adapts, finding calm in the corridor's rhythmic guidance and gentle expansion of temporal experience. The walls of the corridor ripple in response to subtle changes in attention. Light bends more gently, curves appear smoother, and the lingering trails of photons lengthen, emphasizing the slow unfolding of moments. Each ripple teaches patience, encouraging observation and mindfulness. The interplay between perception and space-time becomes apparent, revealing the soft mechanics of time's elasticity without demanding conscious analysis. Floating here is both experiential and contemplative, an intimate exploration of the fluidity of reality. Reflections along the corridor sometimes appear doubled, elongated across multiple folds. This duplication is not random but a natural consequence of space-time's curvature, interacting with the stretched perception of time. Stars and other luminous points seem to occupy multiple temporal positions at once, allowing the mind to witness sequences that would normally pass unnoticed. It is a subtle and gentle demonstration of relativity, presented as a visual and sensory experience rather than abstract theory. The corridor's edges glow faintly, tracing the boundaries of folded space and marking the extension of time along its surface. Each glow pulses softly, in harmony with the stretching seconds, reinforcing the perception that every moment carries weight, depth, and subtle significance. Observing this, the traveler becomes aware of the intricate choreography of space-time, where light, gravity, and temporal flow combine to create a seamless meditative experience. Time is not an external measure here, but an integral, flexible component of the corridor itself. Small luminescent eddies appear along the folds, flowing in the direction of the extended moments. They twist and spiral gracefully, suggesting currents of duration that move with purpose yet without haste. These currents offer gentle cues for observation, drawing attention to patterns in the corridor's geometry that might otherwise go unnoticed. Each eddy embodies the soft guidance of space-time, a quiet example of how the universe's structure can subtly shape perception and experience. The experience of floating within the corridor encourages surrender to the rhythm of time. Moments expand and contract, yet the mind remains calm and centered. This elasticity fosters a meditative awareness, allowing focus on subtle changes in light, curvature, and the gentle hum of the corridor's energy. Each fold, each shimmer, Each ripple becomes a point of contemplation, reinforcing the lesson that time is not fixed but responsive, a partner in the ongoing flow of cosmic structure. Even distant stars appear to move more slowly here, their approach elongated into soft, deliberate paths. The traveler senses the influence of relativistic effects without disorientation, understanding that the corridor provides a safe space to experience these phenomena. Observing this, the mind grows attuned to the subtle interplay of motion, light and time, perceiving both the mechanics and the poetry of the universe simultaneously. It is a lesson in wonder, patience, and the quiet elegance of space-time. Moments of reflection allow for awareness of the corridor's overall shape. Each fold, each undulation of light corresponds with the gentle stretching of time, reinforcing the continuity of experience. It is an environment where physics and perception merge seamlessly, teaching through sensation rather than instruction. Floating becomes a meditation on the harmonics of space-time, an invitation to witness the delicate balance of distance, duration, and geometry in a space that is both familiar and extraordinary. The corridor guides attention gently, leading the mind along soft curves of illumination and folds of space. Time continues to stretch, elongating the journey without rush, emphasizing the beauty of each instant. Stars shimmer on the path, casting gentle reflections that invite contemplation of the hidden structures underlying the universe. Every fold, every pulse of light, every subtle vibration contributes to the sensation of temporal expansion, creating an immersive experience that is simultaneously intellectual, sensory, and emotional. Each step through the corridor deepens the awareness of time's elasticity. Seconds, minutes, or imagined hours blend seamlessly, forming a continuum of experience that is rich, detailed, and gentle. The mind is free to observe, explore, and wonder without constraint, supported by the soft guidance of the corridor's geometry. Floating here is both a journey and a meditation, a dance of consciousness with the gentle, flexible structure of the cosmos. Movement through the corridor becomes an experience of both stillness and motion, as if the universe itself carries you on a gentle current. There is a quiet rush, not loud or jarring, but a soft flow that fills the senses without overwhelming them. Stars stretch and fold along the walls, creating streaks of luminous color that glide past with delicate elegance. Each shift in perspective seems to unfold new details, patterns in light and curvature that invite careful observation and calm wonder. The sensation is unlike ordinary travel. There is no resistance, no abrupt transitions. The corridor carries the traveler effortlessly, guiding without force, coaxing the mind to notice subtle harmonies between motion, light, and space. Time stretches and contracts in rhythm with the corridor's gentle undulations, creating a sense of fluid continuity. The stars themselves seem aware of passage, shimmering more brightly as the traveler's attention lingers, dimming softly when focus drifts. It is as if the cosmos participates in a silent dialogue, a shared journey of perception and presence. Light trails ripple along the corridor's curves, forming arcs and loops that reflect the bending of space. Photons seem to dance, tracing paths that hint at hidden dimensions and subtle geometries. There is a soft musical quality to the motion, a harmony of visual and imagined vibrations that reinforces the feeling of gentle momentum. The corridor does not demand comprehension, but invites it, allowing the mind to explore patterns intuitively, experiencing the mechanics of space-time as a living, breathing phenomenon rather than abstract theory. Gravity's influence is present yet subdued, a quiet shaping force that guides the flow without restriction. Every imagined drift, every subtle change in orientation, feels natural, as if aligned with invisible currents that carry energy and light. The walls ripple and flex in response, soft reflections tracing paths that hint at the interplay of mass, curvature, and energy. There is a profound sense of balance here, a delicate equilibrium that encourages observation, patience, and quiet fascination. The corridor's edges shimmer with faint luminescence, marking boundaries that are simultaneously defined and flexible. Light curves gracefully, bending around folds in space in patterns that mirror the extension of time. It is a soft choreography, subtle yet intricate, revealing the interconnectedness of movement, illumination, and space-time curvature. Observing these shifts fosters a meditative state where the mind harmonizes with the rhythm of travel and the quiet rush of cosmic flow. As you float, stars and distant nebulae fold toward the corridor, their images multiplying and stretching into gentle arcs. The effect is mesmerizing, a visual echo of the bending of space-time itself. These reflections invite contemplation, offering an intuitive understanding of how distances collapse and paths converge within such a folded domain. Each shimmer, each duplicated point of light is a reminder of the corridor's delicate architecture and the extraordinary nature of the journey. The corridor's glow seems to breathe, expanding and contracting with a rhythm that mirrors the gentle passage of time. This pulsation is subtle, yet it instills a sense of vitality, as though the space itself is alive, aware and responsive. The traveler senses a partnership with the cosmos, a dance of observation and motion, a quiet awareness that movement is both permitted and guided. It is a rush devoid of urgency, a flow that invites presence rather than hate. Small ripples of light move against the current, tracing hidden eddies in the corridor. They suggest secondary flows, subtle influences of energy and curvature that enrich the experience. Following these ephemeral patterns encourages mindfulness, an attentiveness to the soft interplay of forces that shape travel through folded space. The mind is drawn into contemplation, yet the corridor never demands focus, allowing curiosity to wander freely along gentle, shifting paths. Each fold of the corridor carries hints of infinity, the suggestion that paths extend beyond perception. Light curves in over-pipping layers, creating depth without weight, and reflections hint at connections across the broader universe. It is as if the corridor is a microcosm, a miniature tapestry of space and time that mirrors the complexity of the cosmos itself. Floating through it encourages both awe and calm, a sense of being immersed in a living structure that is coherent, responsive, and softly ordered. The sensation of moving everywhere and nowhere simultaneously deepens. Stars fold upon themselves, stretching across multiple planes, creating the impression of traversing vast distances in an instant, yet without leaving the serene embrace of the corridor. Motion is intuitive, guided by subtle cues in light, reflection, and geometry. The experience balances the mind between observation and participation, between contemplation and drift, creating a gentle rhythm that is both exhilarating and soothing. Luminescent arcs trace spirals along the corridor, flowing with the imagined currents of energy. Each spiral suggests movement, not as a linear progression, but as a complex weaving through space and time. The effect is hypnotic, a visual symphony that draws attention to the dynamics of curvature, light, and motion. Floating here is a meditation, an exploration of the principles that govern the cosmos through sensory immersion rather than abstract thought. The corridor encourages slow, deliberate attention to detail. Every shimmer, every fold, every ripple of light carries subtle information about the underlying geometry. There is no rush, no urgency, only a quiet rhythm that allows the mind to attune to the corridor's flow. The traveler becomes aware of being part of a larger process, a dynamic interplay of motion, reflection, and curvature that is simultaneously natural and extraordinary. Even the perception of distance is softer. Distant points fold gently into view, creating layers of space that overlap and converge without confusion. This folding is seamless, allowing the mind to perceive proximity without altering the inherent vastness of the universe. The corridor's architecture supports exploration, providing a stable yet dynamic environment where floating becomes a meditation on connectivity, structure, and presence. As you glide, the corridor seems to extend infinitely, yet every fold is intimate, every reflection observable. Stars trace soft paths, their light bending and multiplying along curves that illustrate space-time's flexibility. Each shift reinforces the sensation of quiet rush, a paradoxical flow that is both energetic and profoundly calm. The experience teaches patience, curiosity, and the beauty of motion unbound by conventional constraints. The interplay of light and curvature continues to captivate, forming ever-changing mosaics of pattern and hue. Subtle pulses of illumination mark the movement of time, reinforcing the corridor's rhythm. Each pulse is soft, gentle, a guide to perception and awareness. Observing them encourages immersion and alignment of mind, body, and imagination with the gentle current of cosmic travel. The corridor invites reflection on the nature of connectivity. Every fold and shimmer suggests relationships between points that seem distant yet intimately linked. Photons trace elegant paths along these connections, leaving faint luminous trails that whisper of unseen harmony. Floating through this space cultivates an awareness of interdependence, a meditative recognition of the universe as an intricate, responsive whole. Finally, the quiet rush is not about reaching a destination but experiencing the journey itself. Each fold, each shimmer, each reflected star contributes to a sense of wonder, presence, and serenity. Motion is experienced fully yet effortlessly, a meditation on the dynamic elegance of space-time and the gentle power of the universe to carry the mind, the imagination, and the senses through an endless luminous corridor. Time and space in the presence of a wormhole no longer follow the gentle straight lines that we have grown accustomed to. Instead, they twist and curl like ribbons caught in a soft, invisible breeze, folding back upon themselves in quiet loop. Each fold suggests pathways that might never have existed before, delicate corridors through which events could drift in unexpected ways. The sensation is not chaotic, it is fluid, like silk flowing through the hands, its complexity inviting wonder rather than the ribbon imagery becomes alive in the mind, strands of space-time stretching and overlapping, each with a subtle shimmer that hints at possibility. Where two strands cross, there is a gentle tension, a quiet suggestion that choices and events might meet and intertwine, echoing one another in soft reverberation. The folds do not force understanding but encourage observation, allowing the mind to trace gentle arcs and loops that illustrate how wormholes bend, not only distance but temporal flow. Light traveling along these ribbons strangely elongating and curving in response to the unseen folds of time. It flickers with a rhythmic grace, tracing gentle paths that reveal the hidden contours of space-time. There is a soft music in the movement, a hum that accompanies the ribbons as they twist and fold, resonating with the subtle pulse of the universe itself. Observing these flows encourages the mind to relax, to follow patterns rather than demand rigid logic, and to appreciate the beauty of flexible time. Moments in the ribbons can overlap, creating soft layers where one event seems to coexist with another, slightly earlier or later than expected. The effect is not confusing but meditative, a reminder that time in this space is a fabric, delicate and responsive, rather than an unyielding river. The ribbons fold gently, each curve a guide, a visual metaphor for how wormholes could stretch and compress both space and time simultaneously, offering glimpses of what lies beyond ordinary experience. The surfaces of these ribbons glimmer with a gentle translucence, like morning fog catching the first light of dawn. You sense the depth within, the multiple layers of existence, each one softly influencing the other. A faint echo of motion travels along them, a reminder that causality may follow paths that are intricate and intertwined, rather than linear. Each shimmer invites attention, fostering curiosity and calm, allowing the mind to wander along the curves and folds without anxiety. Where ribbons intersect, there is a delicate weaving, as if the universe itself is stitching patterns that balance possibility and coherence. These intersections are like subtle notes in a quiet melody, harmonies that suggest relationships between events that might not otherwise be apparent. Floating along these ribbons, one becomes aware of the elegance inherent in the geometry of space-time, perceiving the natural poetry of folds and overlaps, and feeling connected to the rhythmic flow of the cosmos. The ribbons stretch across scales, both vast and intimate. Some arcs span what feels like millions of light years, yet fold in such a way that they feel reachable, almost tender. Others curl tightly, intimate loops that seem to fold moments upon themselves like petals of a delicate flower. In this space, distance and duration are flexible, accommodating multiple perceptions simultaneously. The mind is invited to observe the interplay of scale, to notice how the universe can be both immense and personal, and to float gently in that awareness. Subtle currents of light and energy ripple along the ribbons, tracing the invisible contours of space-time. These currents are not forceful, but gentle guides, showing the way along folds and intersections. Each ripple carries a hint of motion, a soft suggestion of how one event might influence another across the folds of space and time. Observing these patterns fosters a contemplative state, a quiet attention that is at once curious and peaceful, allowing the mind to rest in the beauty of invisible connections. The texture of the ribbons seems to change with perspective. From one angle, they appear as simple loops, elegant and smooth. From another, they reveal delicate twists, subtle interweaving, and layers of complexity that hint at the richness of temporal structure. These variations encourage mindful observation, asking the mind to slow and follow each curve, to notice the faint shimmer of light and the gentle play of depth. The experience is like watching tides of possibility ebb and flow, soothing in their rhythm and inviting in their mystery. Each ribbon seems to carry a faint echo of the events it has borne. Past, present, and possible futures mingle along their surfaces, overlapping in ways that are coherent yet expansive. These echoes are subtle, perceived more in sensation than in explicit visualization, yet they convey the interconnectedness of the cosmos. Floating among them, one senses that every fold, every loop, every gentle twist is part of a larger dance, a harmonious weaving of reality that is both precise and poetically pliant. Time's elasticity becomes more evident with each gentle fold. Seconds stretch, pause, and overlap, allowing awareness to linger on delicate details, the soft shimmer of light, the subtle curves of a fold, the echo of a distant event. It is a quiet, meditative dilation, a gentle demonstration that within the ribbons, time is a landscape to explore rather than a line to follow. The experience nurtures both curiosity and calm, a soothing rhythm that encourages floating without haste, observing without pressure, and reflecting without confusion. Occasionally, ribbons fold back on themselves, creating loops that invite contemplation. These loops are like whispers, hints of paradoxical motion, where an event could influence itself in subtle ways, yet there is no alarm, only the gentle intrigue of possibility. The loops appear as natural elements of the tapestry, suggesting that the universe is capable of subtle self-reference, soft recursion, and elegant, quiet symmetry. Observing them encourages the mind to appreciate nuance, balance, and the inherent beauty of complexity. The ribbons are not solitary. They flow in parallel, intersecting, diverging, and weaving together in a delicate choreography. Each movement resonates with the next, creating patterns that are coherent and fluid. The observer feels a sense of gentle participation, a quiet awareness of being both within and apart from the intricate dance of space-time. It is a reminder that even within seeming complexity, there is order, grace, and an invitation to marvel without fear. The play of light along the ribbons is hypnotic, with soft gradients and subtle reflections tracing the curves. Faint glimmers suggest hidden folds and intersections, areas where pathways converge or loop, yet always in a manner that soothes rather than startles. Observing these patterns fosters a gentle attentiveness, an open awareness that allows the mind to absorb both beauty and information simultaneously. The ribbons, in their quiet complexity, teach through experience rather than instruction, guiding perception in a slow, harmonious rhythm. Sometimes the ribbons appear to stretch infinitely, fading softly into the background of the mind's imagination. Other times they curl into intimate loops, creating spaces that feel personal, private, and tender. This interplay of scale reinforces the sense that time and space are flexible, capable of both vastness and intimacy simultaneously. The mind is invited to drift, to follow the ribbons with curiosity, and to rest in the gentle paradoxes of stretch, loop, and fold. Every shimmer along the ribbons conveys subtle information about movement, curvature, and potential. These visual cues are soft and intuitive, fostering understanding through perception rather than analysis. Floating here, the mind senses the quiet mechanics of the universe, perceiving patterns that are usually hidden in ordinary experience. Each arc, each loop, each gentle twist becomes a lesson in subtlety, patience, and the beauty inherent in complexity. The ribbons of reality, in their infinite folds and gentle curves, are a meditation on possibility itself. They illustrate how wormholes could bend not only space but the flow of time, creating soft pathways through which events, light and perception might travel in unexpected harmony. Observing them encourages curiosity, a sense of awe, and a deep calm, as if the universe itself has slowed to allow the mind to appreciate the delicate architecture of existence. Events within this mirrored space seem to echo softly, bending back upon themselves like ripples across a calm pond. Time in this corridor does not march in a straight line. Instead, it loops, folds, and reflects, creating subtle repetitions that are noticeable if one observes carefully. The effect is soothing rather than dizzying, a meditation on how cause and effect might weave in delicate, self-referential patterns. Each mirror does not simply duplicate what it sees but gently distorts it, emphasizing certain details while softening other. Moments appear elongated, compressed, or slightly shifted, suggesting the flexibility inherent in the fabric of space-time. It is as if the corridor itself is breathing, responding to the presence of the traveler by shaping reflections into forms that are both coherent and evocative. Watching these reflections fosters calm curiosity, a patient awareness of the subtle interplay between repetition and transformation. Some reflections appear to face themselves directly, creating quiet loops where an event can influence its own echo. This is not alarming but poetic, like shadows dancing along the walls of an empty room at dusk. These loops remind the mind that causality in the presence of a wormhole may be more intricate than linear experience suggests. Rather than creating confusion, the gentle repetition allows the imagination to explore the soft logic of interconnected moments, tracing the ripple of actions across mirrored planes. The corridor's mirrored walls shimmer with a soft luminescence, each reflection carrying traces of past and potential futures. Light bends along these surfaces, creating faint halos that seem to trace invisible paths between events. This interplay between illumination and reflection suggests a dynamic dialogue within the fabric of space-time, where echoes are subtle, intertwined, and responsive. Observing them gently encourages the mind to attune to nuance, to notice the richness of possibility without pressure or expectation. Moments of reflection sometimes overlap, creating layered images that are both separate and connected. One can perceive a sequence of events repeated with gentle variations, like verses in a quiet song. These layers suggests that time may carry multiple strands of reality simultaneously, each echoing and influencing the others in a soft, harmonious rhythm. Floating among these mirrored echoes allows the mind to explore the paradoxes of causality with calm curiosity rather than anxiety. Reflections along the mirrored corridor are rarely static. They shift subtly as the traveler's perspective moves, bending and folding like water responding to a breeze. Each subtle motion emphasizes the pliability of time and the interconnectivity of events. The corridor becomes a teacher, guiding the mind to notice patterns, gentle loops, and the quiet poetry of mirrored causality. Observation here is a form of meditation, a gentle engagement with the invisible threads that link moments across space and time. Some mirrors reveal multiple layers simultaneously, like semi-transparent panes stacked in delicate alignment. Within each layer, events repeat softly, creating echoes that overlap yet remain distinct. This layered reflection fosters a sense of depth and rhythm, a visual metaphor for the subtle complexities of time travel and causality loops. Floating through this environment encourages mindful attention, allowing the imagination to wander along gentle paths without rushing, following the soft contours of reflected possibilities. Light within the corridor behaves in tandem with the mirrors, creating arcs and trails that trace echoes across space. The shimmer of photons seems to map the gentle loops of cause and effect, highlighting connections between moments that may otherwise remain hidden. Each arc is subtle yet deliberate, like a quiet pulse, reinforcing the meditative quality of the mirrored reflections. Observation becomes a practice of calm awareness, an invitation to appreciate the elegance of repeated, intertwined moments. The corridor's mirrored architecture fosters a gentle sense of infinity. Reflections extend into soft vanishing points, suggesting loops and recursions that continue beyond perception. Yet these infinite layers are not overwhelming. They are harmonious, balanced, and visually soothing. The mind perceives a soft coherence, a quiet logic within the reflections, illustrating how wormholes could create causal structures that echo back on themselves in delicate, almost lyrical patterns. Each mirrored loop carries a hint of possibility, showing how actions might return to influence themselves, or how events could subtly modify outcomes across time. The repetition is gentle, never abrupt, allowing the observer to explore the consequences of closed loops in a calm, contemplative state. It is a poetic demonstration of potential paradoxes, illustrating that time, when folded through a wormhole, may carry echoes rather than rigid consequences. Reflections sometimes diverge, suggesting alternative pathways where echoes vary slightly in rhythm, intensity, or hue. This variation emphasizes the subtle flexibility of causality, the capacity for events to influence multiple outcomes softly and without contradiction. The mind is encouraged to perceive these as gentle possibilities rather than threats, experiencing the layered complexity of mirrored time with serenity and curiosity. Soft distortions in the reflections can create patterns reminiscent of dancing ribbons, flowing seamlessly between mirrors. These movements illustrate that causality, while flexible, remains coherent within the larger geometry of space-time. Each shimmer, each subtle bend is a visual metaphor for how events can echo back on themselves without creating confusion. The corridor fosters calm observation, inviting the traveler to notice relationships and loops with both clarity and wonder. Occasionally, the reflections suggest faint branching, subtle divergences where echoes separate into parallel yet connected paths. These gentle splits are poetic rather than scientific, soft illustrations of how wormholes could support multiple strands of influence. Observing these branches fosters mindful attention, a sense of calm exploration, and a recognition of the beauty inherent in temporal complexity. The mirrored walls sometimes create the impression of endless depth, a space where echoes repeat in softly diminishing layers. Each layer conveys continuity and connection, a gentle reassurance that time's flexibility within a wormhole is ordered rather than chaotic. The mind experiences this as a meditation on repetition, reflection, and the interwoven nature of moments, with each echo reinforcing a sense of calm curiosity and awe. Light bends subtly along the surfaces of the mirrors, tracing faint paths that suggest hidden interconnection. These luminous trails highlight the choreography of cause and effect, showing how loops can coexist harmoniously within folded space-time. Observing these trails encourages quiet focus and mindful engagement, a practice in both contemplation and gentle exploration of temporal paradox. Every reflection seems to carry a soft whisper of possibility. As images bounce between surfaces, they convey the sense that actions and nuances are delicately intertwined, capable of looping, echoing, and modifying one another. Floating through this mirrored corridor fosters a meditative awareness of these soft harmonics, teaching the mind to appreciate subtlety, complexity, and the gentle beauty of causal interplay. The corridor does not rush, nor does it demand understanding. Its mirrored echoes are patient, waiting for attention without insistence. The mind is free to drift along the loops, noticing patterns, shapes, and the delicate play of light. Each mirrored reflection becomes a lesson in observation, an invitation to experience causality as a quiet, poetic flow rather than a rigid sequence of events. Subtle repetitions appear as soft undulations, gentle waves that trace the loops of cause and effect across the mirrored surfaces. These undulations provide rhythm, a meditative cadence that reinforces the calm and harmonious nature of the corridor. Observing them allows the mind to track relationships across folds in space-time, appreciating the elegance and fluidity of events that reflect back upon themselves without conflict. The corridor, with its infinite reflections, invites a contemplative pause. Each mirror, each echo, each gentle distortion contributes to an immersive experience where time and causality are simultaneously familiar and extraordinary. Floating here is like drifting through a quiet symphony of moments, each note soft, each repetition meaningful, and each reflection a testament to the subtle poetry of wormholes and the echoes they might create. Imagine a river flowing gently through a quiet valley, its surface shimmering with the reflection of morning light. Now envision that river reversing, its waters moving upstream with calm purpose, carrying leaves, twigs, and the faint scent of distant forests back to where they began. In the presence of a wormhole, time can feel much like this reversed river, events flowing against expectation, threading backward through the moments that came before. It is not chaotic, only subtly paradoxical, a gentle invitation to explore the unusual possibilities of temporal flow. The sensation of traveling against time's current is curious yet soothing. Each ripple of the river suggests a cause that might follow its effect, a motion that bends conventional logic without breaking it. Imagine a leaf tracing a loop, returning to its branch after a soft, leisurely journey downstream and then upstream. In this quiet, reflective state, the paradoxes of time, including the famous grandfather paradox, become gentle thought experiments rather than alarming contradictions. They exist as poetic patterns, not rules to defy but landscapes to observe. Small eddies form along the river, swirling in delicate circles, illustrating how events could loop back to influence themselves. These eddies are subtle, visible only to a patient eye, yet they carry profound implications, a gentle reminder that time in a wormhole is pliant, capable of folding upon itself in unexpected ways. Each swirl of water is a visual metaphor, a representation of how actions may ripple backward through moments, gently altering sequences without force or abruptness. As the river flows upstream, the scenery around it seems slightly different. Trees bend with soft elegance, clouds stretch across the sky in unusual arcs, and light refracts along ripples in unexpected patterns. The world itself appears to adjust to the river's reversal, accommodating the backward flow with quiet grace. This imagery helps the mind feel at ease with the notion of reversed causality, allowing paradoxes to be seen as natural phenomena within the vast, flexible fabric of space-time. Occasionally the river splits, forming twin currents that flow side by side yet occasionally converge. These bifurcations symbolize multiple outcomes coexisting within a single temporal framework, showing that even backward-flowing events can follow coherent, harmonious paths. Watching these currents encourages gentle reflection on possibility, patience, and the subtle beauty of alternate histories quietly unfolding alongside one another. Time's flow along the upstream river is neither rushed nor forced. Moments drift like soft petals, each carrying a memory of what has been and a hint of what could be. Events fold upon themselves, interacting in ways that are poetic rather than perplexing. Observing these interactions is a meditation on fluidity, a recognition that while wormholes can bend time, they do so with a grace that encourages awe and contemplation rather than confusion. The reflections on the river's surface enhance the sense of gentle paradox. Sunlight, clouds, and distant mountains appear doubled, shifted, or inverted, suggesting layers of reality that exist simultaneously. Each reflection offers a clue about the relationship between cause and effect, emphasizing that in this reversed flow, outcomes may influence origins without harsh contradictions. The mind perceives this as a harmonious interplay of light, water, and time, fostering a meditative engagement with the mysteries of the universe. Along the riverbank, small blossoms lean toward the water, their petals catching the gentle movement of upstream currents. These flowers serve as a quiet metaphor for events responding to reversed causality, subtle, responsive, and beautifully intertwined with their surroundings. Each interaction, no matter how minor, reflects the delicate balance of influence and consequence in a world where time itself can flow backward in soft, comprehensible arcs. Occasional stones and pebbles along the river create miniature rapids, tiny disruptions that highlight the river's movement against expectation. Yet even these are gentle, forming patterns that guide water smoothly along its upstream course. These small interruptions are like paradoxes in miniature, challenges that invite careful observation, curiosity, and reflection. They remind the mind that complexity in time is not threatening, but an opportunity for quiet wonder. The smell of the river, faint and sweet, carries the essence of both past and future. Each breath evokes memory and possibility simultaneously, reinforcing the notion that reversed causality is a layered experience rather than a linear sequence. The senses align with the river's flow, immersing the mind in a rhythm that is paradoxical yet harmonious, a delicate dance of perception and imagination. In some stretches, the river narrows, forcing events to follow a more confined path. Here, the backward motion becomes more pronounced, emphasizing the interplay between cause and effect. The narrowing channels act as metaphors for constraints in time, showing how even in the fluidity of wormholes, certain sequences are guided by subtle structure. Observing these moments inspires contemplation, teaching patience and appreciation for the soft logic that governs temporal flow. The river's surface occasionally ripples with invisible currents, soft movements that suggest unseen influences guiding the upstream flow. These are like gentle reminders of the underlying physics, energy, mass, and space-time curvature, interacting quietly, shaping the patterns of movement. Each ripple reinforces the meditative tone, inviting awareness without urgency, curiosity without pressure, and wonder without fear. Leaves and petals floating upstream follow paths that intertwine and separate, illustrating the multiplicity of possible outcomes. Each path is distinct, yet all belong to the same flowing system, demonstrating the elegance of causality loops without chaos. Observing these soft divergences fosters a calm attentiveness, an appreciation for the interconnectedness of events, and a recognition that paradoxes can be poetic expressions of flexibility within the universe. The river occasionally widens into gentle basins, creating pockets where upstream currents swirl slowly, forming miniature vortices of reflective water. These basins are like moments of introspection, spaces where causality loops linger, echoing events softly within themselves. Floating within these pools, one senses the beauty of temporal reflection, a meditative embrace of the paradoxes that emerge naturally in folded space-time. Birdsong drifts across the river, its notes unfolding in delicate sequences that sometimes echo in reverse. This auditory reflection mirrors the visual patterns of the water, reinforcing the idea that time's flow can loop and ripple in ways that are both comprehensible and enchanting. The mind experiences this harmony as gentle guidance, a soft reminder that paradoxes are not obstacles but invitations to perceive the universe in layered, poetic ways. Occasionally fog rises from the river, softening edges and creating an ethereal quality. Within this mist, upstream currents appear to shimmer and bend, emphasizing the subtle flexibility of temporal flow. The fog transforms the river into a dreamlike space, where paradoxes are not rigid puzzles but gentle, observable phenomena, encouraging calm reflection and meditative awareness. The upstream river carries small luminous particles that trace its course, creating a faint glow along the water's path. These particles hint at connections between events that might otherwise remain hidden, highlighting the elegant interplay of cause and effect. Observing them fosters a sense of wonder and quiet curiosity, a meditative appreciation of how even paradoxical flows maintain harmony within the broader fabric of space-time. Floating along the river, the mind notices that each moment is both distinct and connected, like beads on a string reversed and threaded anew. The gentle paradox of flowing backward becomes a rhythm, a quiet meditation on the elasticity of time, and the potential for events to influence one another across soft loops. Each ripple, reflection, and swirl contributes to a sense of calm curiosity and gentle fascination with mysteries of wormhole travel. The river eventually converges with other upstream currents, forming a wider interconnected system of flowing possibilities. These intersections depict the soft coherence of causality in a world where time can reverse, illustrating that paradoxes do not fracture reality but create intricate, harmonious patterns. Floating here, the mind perceives the elegance of reversed flow, the gentle logic of loops, and the poetic nature of temporal reflection. Leaves, light, and water all participate in this gentle upstream dance, moving in harmony without urgency. Each small movement reinforces the sense of meditative rhythm, a soft cadence that aligns the mind with the river's flow. Observing this interplay fosters a calm, immersive experience, allowing curiosity and wonder to flourish in the quiet contemplation of reversed causality. The river's upstream currents eventually fold into hidden channels, suggesting pathways beyond perception, soft corridors where events may loop, reflect, and diverge invisibly. These hidden passages remind the mind that wormholes and temporal paradoxes exist on scales both observable and subtle, encouraging a gentle acceptance of mystery and a quiet appreciation for the elegance of the universe. The upstream flow is neither confusing nor alarming. Its soft rhythmic motion invites calm awareness, patience, and reflection. Each gentle paradox is a poetic lesson in flexibility, illustrating how events can ripple backward without conflict, loop without chaos, and interact in ways that are serene, coherent, and profoundly beautiful. Threads of light stretch infinitely, weaving through the quiet fabric of the cosmos, each one a delicate pathway of possibility. They sway and shimmer gently, as if breathing in sync with the rhythm of the universe, carrying within them the soft essence of choices made and choices yet to be discovered. These threads are not rigid, linear paths, but pliant, flowing channels, bending around invisible curves, branching quietly, and merging with others in ways that feel inevitable yet surprising. The subtle motion invites the observer to trace their path with eyes half closed, sensing the fluidity rather than analyzing the structure. Imagine walking barefoot across this infinite weave, feeling the gentle give beneath each step. Every thread beneath you hums softly, vibrating with potential. Nearby, other threads arc overhead, crossing your path with no collision, no abrupt disturbance, merely a delicate brushing that suggests connection without consequence. Each brush of light carries a whisper of an alternate reality, a story that might unfold differently if you were to step just slightly off your current path. The threads respond to your awareness, brightening where attention lingers, dimming where curiosity drifts elsewhere, as if acknowledging your presence in this delicate network. Some threads seem to split endlessly, dividing into smaller, intricate strands, each carrying the possibility of a life slightly different from the next. The branching is gentle, like water flowing around soft stones in a stream, never harsh or jarring. You notice the elegance of divergence. A single choice can ripple quietly across the weave, creating subtle variations that unfold far away, while the original path continues unbroken. It is a poetic illustration of alternative sequences in spacetime, where one event may lead to countless outcomes, each equally valid, each existing harmoniously alongside its neighbor. Within these threads you might perceive faint glimmers of light where paths nearly converge, suggesting moments of interaction, influence, or synchronization. These glimmers pulse softly, like the steady beat of a heart in the quiet night. They show that even within divergence, there is a gentle coherence, an invisible hand maintaining harmony. The threads do not collide or fracture. They fold around one another like leaves pressed together in a natural arrangement, maintaining their individual integrity while participating in a greater pattern. Occasionally you notice a thread looping back upon itself, creating a quiet spiral. The spiral is not chaotic but meditative, a visual metaphor for reflection, consequence, and the soft recurrence of events. Walking along this spiral, you feel neither urgency nor confusion. Rather, there is a serene awareness of cyclical possibilities, a gentle acknowledgement that some paths return to familiar points, allowing the observer to pause and contemplate the subtle interconnections of existence. Some threads seem to pulse with a slightly warmer light, suggesting that certain outcomes carry more resonance, more weight, or more significance in the unfolding network. The difference is not judgmental. It is merely a shift in energy, a soft emphasis that draws the eye and mind. You feel yourself drawn toward these threads, not out of necessity, but from gentle curiosity, as if the universe itself invites exploration of these more luminous possibilities. Between the threads, there are quiet spaces, dark, velvety expanses that suggest rest, pause, or moments of latent potential. These voids are not empty. They are pregnant with possibilities that have yet to form, threads waiting to emerge or unfold, like seeds beneath the soil. The emptiness is comforting rather than alarming, a gentle counterbalance to the shimmer of existing paths. Within this quiet, the mind can rest, breathe, and reflect on the fluidity and expansiveness of all that could be. As you trace a particular thread, you notice that it occasionally intertwines with others in soft, spiraling knots. These intersections are delicate, like silk ribbons twisted by a breeze, moments where possibilities influence one another without friction. The knots are small and gentle, never tangled or confining. They remind the mind that multiple outcomes can coexist, interact, and even enhance one another, creating richer, more textured tapestries of reality. The threads stretch and curve in three-dimensional elegance, forming arcs, loops, and gentle bridges that suggest hidden corridors connecting distant points. You can sense how wormholes, if they exist, might act like a hand guiding these threads closer together, folding space without tearing it, creating corridors where possibilities intertwine in ways imperceptible from outside. Each fold is gentle and invisible, leaving no harsh seams, only a quiet suggestion of connectivity across vast distances. Some threads seem to hum with a soft rhythm, almost like a lullaby of the cosmos. The rhythm is irregular yet comforting, varying subtly as it travels along the weave, a gentle pulse that draws attention without forcing it. Floating alongside these threads, you feel as if you are moving in sync with the universe itself, gliding over a tapestry that is both expansive and intimate, complex yet comprehensible in its quiet harmony. Small luminescent particles drift along the threads, tracing paths, highlighting intersections and marking divergences. These particles are not intrusive. They move with grace, accentuating the motion of the threads like fireflies drifting in a quiet forest. They guide attention subtly, revealing patterns and rhythms, showing that even in the complexity of multiple potential outcomes, there is coherence, beauty, and soft order. Occasionally, a thread seems to dissolve into the surrounding fabric, only to re-emerge moments later, transformed or shifted slightly in trajectory. These moments are gentle reminders of impermanence, of fluidity, and of the quiet adaptability inherent in the universe. The observer is encouraged to embrace change and variation, to see that alternate sequences do not erase one another, but coexist in subtle, intertwined layers. Some threads carry faint reflections of the observer's past choices, shimmering like memories caught in translucent waves of light. These echoes are not burdensome. They are soft, contemplative, and reassuring, providing context without judgment. Each echo reminds the mind that decisions ripple outward gently, influencing other paths, other possibilities in ways that are intricate, harmonious, and tenderly poetic. The threads occasionally cross over darker currents, regions where potential feels muted or hidden. Passing through these areas, the observer experiences a sense of calm introspection, a soft awareness that even dormant possibilities contribute to the richness of the tapestry. Darkness is not absence but a subtle contrast, highlighting the shimmer of active threads and allowing the eye to rest, the mind to wander, and curiosity to remain gently alive. As the mind follows a single luminous thread, smaller offshoots appear, delicate and ephemeral, curling outward and rejoining the main path after a gentle arc. These offshoots are like minor variations in a melody, subtle harmonics that enrich without overwhelming. They demonstrate the pliancy of potential, the capacity of reality to branch softly, allowing multiple outcomes to coexist without contradiction or stress. The threads respond to attention in quiet way. Leaning closer, focusing softly, causes certain paths to glow brighter, while others fade slightly, suggesting a dynamic relationship between observation and unfolding potential. This interaction is gentle, not coercive, a quiet dance between awareness and possibility. Observing this interplay encourages mindfulness, a slow, patient engagement with the fluid patterns of the universe. You notice that threads sometimes create soft loops, encircling themselves like rings of light suspended in space. These loops are elegant and delicate, embodying cyclical possibilities without trapping the observer in rigidity. Each loop suggests reflection, repetition, and a gentle recurrence of moments, inviting calm contemplation and meditative engagement with the flowing fabric of space-time. Some threads stretch upward into unseen heights, disappearing into faint glows that suggest vast, uncharted possibilities. Others drift downward into quiet depth, implying hidden sequences yet to emerge. There is no fear in these movements, only an invitation to perceive the universe as flexible, infinite, and layered, where each thread carries its own melody, rhythm, and potential story. Intertwined threads sometimes create intricate patterns reminiscent of woven fabric, the soft light of each path blending to form a gentle, cohesive whole. The observer can float above these patterns, appreciating their harmony and complexity without needing to control or untangle them. The visual poetry reassures that even in multiplicity, coherence exists, a silent order in the interplay of countless possibilities. In the quiet, the mind senses a rhythm akin to breathing, a gentle cadence aligning with the swaying threads. Each inhalation and exhalation mirrors the rise and fall of possibilities, reinforcing the meditative quality of the experience. Floating through these threads becomes a practice in presence, a soft exercise in curiosity and wonder, observing how potential realities weave, fold, and intersect without urgency or pressure. Softly glowing points along the threads seem to respond to your awareness, shimmering more brightly as attention rests on them. These points mark moments of choice, minor and major, subtle and profound. The observer's gaze does not alter them forcefully, but illuminates their existence, encouraging contemplation and appreciation for the delicate interplay of causality and possibility. Eventually, the threads begin to converge subtly, forming gentle corridors where multiple sequences run alongside one another, interacting quietly and harmoniously. The convergence is like the merging of gentle rivers, creating a wider flow that accommodates all currents without disruption. It is a poetic illustration of how wormholes might weave alternative sequences, allowing multiple outcomes to coexist without harsh contradictions, a soft affirmation of cosmic fluidity and imagination. And so, as you drift along the shimmering threads, each step is a meditation on possibility, a gentle awareness of interconnectedness, and a quiet celebration of the universe's capacity to hold countless outcomes in soft, harmonious balance. The threads themselves seem to sigh, a subtle vibration that resonates with your own breath, reminding you that even in the vast expanse of space-time, wonder, curiosity, and calm reflection can travel hand in hand. The universe hums quietly in places we cannot see, in rhythms too subtle for hurried minds to catch. These hums are the echoes of possibilities, the whispers of paradoxes, the gentle reminders that reality is layered and flexible. As you drift along, you can sense them brushing against awareness, soft currents weaving through thoughts and imagination, inviting a gentle curiosity rather than a demand for understanding. Each paradox has its own cadence, like soft chimes in a vast, hidden cathedral. Some echo the loops of time, the reflective corridors where cause and effect intertwine. Others pulse with quiet potential, marking the subtle intersections of possibility that might never be observed direct. The mind need not unravel them completely. It only needs to linger, to observe, to notice the elegant patterns that emerge in their quiet dance. Soft light filters through unseen openings, illuminating threads of reality with a muted glow. These threads twist and fold, forming gentle spirals, corridors, and subtle folds. In each fold, a new possibility rests quietly, waiting for attention, curiosity, or imagination to awaken it. There is no rush, no pressure, only the invitation to contemplate, to allow wonder to rise naturally in the calm of attention. Imagine a soft river winding through the fabric of the cosmos. Its waters reflect countless stars, bending and shimmering in ways that defy conventional understanding. The river moves gently, sometimes forward, sometimes curling back upon itself, carrying the echoes of past moments while hinting at the potential of futures unseen. Observing this river, the mind feels a quiet thrill, a tender fascination with the unexpected harmonies of time, space, and possibility. Somewhere in the folds of space-time, moments of contradiction coexist without conflict. One event may appear to influence another that should have preceded it, yet the pattern remains smooth, coherent, almost musical in its subtlety. It is a gentle invitation to relax into the mystery, to recognize that the universe can hold complexity and paradox in ways that are soft, elegant, and even comforting. Branches of potential twist like vines in a hidden garden, each leading toward a gentle opening where possibilities converge and diverge. You may follow one for a while, then drift to another, feeling the soft pull of curiosity guiding the way. There is no urgency, no fear of choosing wrongly, only the gentle satisfaction of noticing the paths themselves, the quiet beauty of their interweaving forms. The mind's eye can linger on these crossings, observing the faint glimmers where threads touch and influence one another. Each glimmer is subtle, like the reflection of moonlight on rippling water. It illuminates possibilities softly, offering insight without pressure, knowledge without rigidity. The observer feels that even in complexity there is harmony. Even in paradox there is calm. Clouds of gentle light drift across these paths, shaping the patterns in ever-changing ways. Sometimes they veil a portion of a thread, creating soft mystery, a space for imagination to wander. Other times they reveal new intersections, new loops, new spirals that had been hidden in plain sight. Each shift is slow and deliberate, like breathing, reinforcing a sense of ease, patience and meditative attention. Even the most perplexing loops of cause and effect lose their harsh edges in this soft contemplation. Instead of confusion or fear, they become elegant arcs, reflective pools in which the mind can glimpse multiple layers of reality at once. Like a gentle breeze bending the reeds of a still lake, paradoxes sway and fold without violence, offering patterns that are contemplative, beautiful, and profoundly quiet. Faint musical vibrations seem to echo along these threads of possibility, resonating softly within the mind. Each note is irregular, unpredictable, yet soothing, a lullaby of the universe reminding you that understanding is not required for appreciation. Curiosity and wonder are enough, a quiet engagement with mystery that nourishes calmness and gentle reflection. The edges of this cosmic tapestry ripple subtly, responding to awareness with gentle shifts. Threads brighten, fade or twist slightly, suggesting that observation itself is part of the cosmic flow. The mind perceives these changes without urgency, noting their elegance, feeling the quiet joy of being a witness to the universe's soft unfolding, appreciating the intricate dance without needing to direct it. Hidden spaces between threads hold their own beauty, areas where paradoxes rest unobserved, folded delicately into the weave. These gaps are neither empty nor threatening. They are quiet reminders of what is yet unknown, the soft allure of mysteries waiting to be encountered. Moving through these spaces, the mind feels expansion, as if each breath stretches awareness gently, allowing wonder to deepen without haste. Glowing points appear along the threads occasionally, faint markers of intersections, choices, or outcomes. Their light is subtle, never overwhelming, illuminating the surrounding tapestry like fireflies in a calm night forest. These points suggest the richness of reality, the multiple paths that coexist peacefully, and the soft continuity of events, even within apparent contradiction. Imagine the gentle folding of stars and galaxies around invisible corridors. Each fold is a soft bend in spacetime, holding the potential for journeys that the mind can only partially glimpse. There is no pressure to comprehend every fold or every path, just the invitation to notice, to imagine, and to relax into the quiet grandeur of the unseen structure. Some threads curve back toward themselves, forming loops that reflect past possibilities and echo forward into futures not yet realized. These loops are gentle, like rings of mist hovering over a calm lake at dawn. They are not imprisoning, not abrupt. They are spaces of reflection, of quiet observation, places to linger in thought and sensation without fear or confusion. The observer can float alongside these threads, moving with them in gentle rhythm, feeling the interplay of continuity and divergence, of cause and effect mingling softly in a cosmic dance. Awareness becomes a gentle companion, walking beside the threads, not altering them, not directing them, but witnessing their soft elegance with calm curiosity. A subtle warmth radiates from the intersections of possibility, a quiet energy that reassures the mind. It is neither electric nor forceful, only a gentle hum, a soft resonance that encourages mindfulness and reflective presence. Each moment of awareness allows the observer to feel more attuned to the flow of threads, the pliancy of space-time, and the quiet beauty of paradox as a natural, harmonious feature of the cosmos. The tapestry stretches endlessly, yet the mind does not feel overwhelmed. Each thread, each loop, each fold is carefully balanced by surrounding space, by gentle gaps that allow perception to rest. There is patience in the universe, mirrored in the slow unfolding of possibilities, in the soft cadence of paths that twist and meet without force. In some places, the threads spiral into subtle vortices, carrying small luminescent particles that trace gentle paths along their surfaces. These particles drift in quiet patterns, like fireflies in a moon glade, illustrating how outcomes may influence one another across folded space-time. Observing this, the mind senses harmony rather than disorder, quiet elegance rather than complexity. The observer may notice a soft echo, a faint reflection of their own curiosity reverberating across threads. Awareness seems to ripple outward gently, a gentle reminder that engagement with the universe's mysteries is itself a small act of participation in the grand tapestry. The mind feels both present and expansive, simultaneously quiet and enlivened, soothed and intrigued, as the light of distant stars filters through the weave. Shadows and luminescence mingle, creating a subtle chiaroscuro of potentialities. Each shift of brightness suggests a path not yet followed, a possibility quietly waiting. The mind lingers in these patterns, aware that exploration need not be hurried, that curiosity itself is a meditation, a gentle embrace of mystery without urgency or pressure. Threads of possibility extend in every direction, some leading to radiant intersections, others fading softly into quiet folds of the cosmic fabric. There is no finality here, no endpoint demanding comprehension, only a gentle, continuous invitation to observe, to imagine, and to be present within the elegant complexity of multiple outcomes coexisting in harmony. The subtle vibrations of the universe, like a quiet song, weave through the observer's awareness. Notes rise and fall, a melody of soft paradox, gentle reflection and expansive curiosity. Listening to this song, the mind finds calm, a sense of connection, and a quiet reverence for the boundless fluidity of time and space. Even the most intricate loops and folded corridors invite contemplation rather than anxiety. Each apparent contradiction resolves softly when viewed through the lens of imagination, patience, and wonder. The universe holds paradox lightly, like a feather drifting on an invisible current, neither falling nor rising, simply existing in harmonious balance. Finally, as the mind drifts among the threads, loops, and folds, a quiet gratitude emerges, a gentle acknowledgement of mystery, possibility, and the beauty of not knowing everything. The observer breathes in rhythm with the cosmos, senses aligning with the gentle hum of potential, and feels a soft meditative peace, a readiness to rest in awe rather than confusion, and to let wonder be the guide into quiet reflection. In the vast reaches of space, there are corners so still that even light seems to whisper as it drifts. These quiet regions, untouched by the rush of colliding galaxies or the blaze of newborn stars, hold a serenity that humbles the mind. They are gentle pauses in the flow of the cosmos, spaces where the imagination can wander freely, tracing the paths of possibilities that may never intersect with our own. In these hushed expanses, the very fabric of the universe feels soft, pliant, and patient, as though time itself takes slow, deliberate breaths. Within these silent folds there is a subtle play of shadow and glimmer. Faint stars twinkle like distant lanterns, each one a quiet note in the music of space, each one casting light that bends ever so slightly around unseen curves of spacetime. The glow is tender, never harsh, offering a sense of guidance without imposing direction. The mind drifts along these beams, floating with the ease of a leaf on a gentle stream, aware that every turn, every fold carries the weight of innumerable possibilities and untold stories. The emptiness between stars is not void, but a space full of subtle suggestion. It is here that wormholes might exist, if they exist at all, soft folds in the cosmic fabric, waiting silently, tucked into the weave where human eyes cannot reach. The mind imagines them as faint ripples on a pond, almost imperceptible unless one leans in carefully, almost respectful. Even without seeing, there is comfort in knowing that such possibilities might be present, quietly holding the universe together in ways that are gentle, elegant, and mysterious. Galaxies drift past slowly, their spiral arms curling like the brushstrokes of a celestial painter. Between them lie immense stretches of quiet, where the observer can feel the patience of the cosmos. Stars bend space around them, shaping invisible curves, while nebulae spread colors so faint that they almost dissolve into the darkness, leaving only a trace of their existence. There is a profound calm in watching these patterns unfold, a sense that the universe does not hurry, does not demand, but simply exists in harmonious balance, inviting the mind to linger. If you listen closely, you can imagine the faint hum of cosmic currents, flowing silently beneath the surface of light and matter. These currents carry with them the echoes of events long past, whispers of collisions, births and deaths of stars, and perhaps the soft vibrations of paths never taken. They remind the observer that even in stillness is motion, a gentle flowing rhythm that connects every point, every moment, every possibility into a quiet, intricate whole. The darkness itself feels comforting here, a velvet expanse that cushions the imagination. It folds around distant starlight, softening its glow, creating a lullaby of contrasts. Light dances on shadowed edges, revealing patterns without force, offering shapes without demanding recognition. In this interplay, the mind senses that the universe is expansive, yet intimate, vast yet tender, and that it allows every observer to find their own rhythm within its quiet pulse. Time seems to slow in these corners. Seconds stretch into moments, moments into gentle waves of perception. Past and future fold together softly, leaving a sense of now that is neither rushed nor pressured. The mind floats along this continuum, aware of the soft curves of space-time, imagining the possibility that somewhere hidden in these folds, a corridor may connect two distant points in an elegant embrace, unseen but plausibly present. Even hypothetical wormholes do not disturb this calm. They exist in imagination first, then in theory, and perhaps somewhere far away in reality. They are tiny, delicate bridges, whispering to the mind about what could be, while leaving the present moment undisturbed. One can imagine stepping lightly into one, feeling a soft ripple, a gentle fold, a slight shift in the air, and then gliding effortlessly to a place far beyond ordinary perception. The idea itself brings serenity, as it is both possible and untouchable, offering mystery without urgency. Nebulae, like slow-moving clouds of color, drift along unseen currents, shaping patterns that delight without demanding analysis. Their forms are ever-changing, curling tendrils of dust and gas that fold into one another, a soft reminder that the universe is fluid and flexible. In this gentle choreography, the observer senses the elegance of cosmic design, not rigid, not mechanical, but alive with subtle rhythms that invite attention and quiet contemplation. The observer's gaze drifts past clusters of stars over the smooth curvature of planets and moons, tracing invisible lines where space-time may bend and fold. Each bend is soft, deliberate, almost like the gentle arcs of a dream. There is no tension, no urgency, only the awareness that the universe is patient, allowing time and distance to stretch, fold and flow at their own quiet pace. The mind, in turn, stretches to meet this pace, softening, slowing, releasing the need for immediate comprehension. Even light itself seems to pause here, bending gently around massive bodies, filtering through cosmic dust, whispering along the invisible currents of gravity. It is a slow ballet, a serene movement that carries the observer's attention without effort. One can imagine the pathways light takes, curving softly around unseen objects, tracing invisible lines, folding through the universe as though it knows the secret rhythms of space-time. Perhaps wormholes are like this, subtle, unassuming, resting quietly until noted. They are not loud, not forceful. They do not shout their presence. They are soft suggestions, gentle ripples in the fabric, patiently waiting, as the universe itself waits for discovery, for curiosity, for awareness. There is beauty in this subtlety, in the notion that some mysteries remain hidden yet accessible to those willing to wander slowly, attentively, and without hurry. The mind, following the gentle undulations of space-time, notices patterns in the emptiness, loops, folds and curves that suggest coherence and intention. Nothing is sharp, nothing demands. Every form flows into the next with graceful continuity. It is a lullaby for thought, a soft cadence that encourages the observer to drift, to imagine, to let curiosity float freely, guided by wonder rather than reason alone. Occasionally, distant quasars flare, sending waves of light across vast distances, a soft punctuation in the otherwise quiet canvas. Their brilliance does not startle, but rather illuminates gently, highlighting the immensity of space while reinforcing the calm stillness. Even these energetic bursts follow the slow rhythm of the universe, reminding the observer that activity and tranquility coexist seamlessly. between stars and nebulae, dark gaps hold their own gentle presence. They are not emptiness but resting spaces, areas where the eye can pause, the mind can exhale, and the imagination can fill in the unknown with soft wonder. It is in these gaps that the universe invites dreaming, speculation, and meditation, suggesting that what is unseen may be as meaningful, as elegant, and as calming as what is visible. Soft currents of gravity ripple through these quiet corners, bending light, shaping paths, guiding dust and gas in invisible dances. These flows are imperceptible to hurried senses, but undeniable when one slows, when one listens with imagination. They remind the observer that motion exists even in stillness, that the universe is always alive with gentle activity, and that calm does not mean absence, but an elegant, soft rhythm that supports all existence. Every fold, every bend, every hidden corridor carries with it the suggestion of connection. Perhaps 2 points distant in space and time touch lightly through an unseen bridge, a whisper of possibility that the mind can trace without urgency. The notion is neither alarming nor demanding. It is an invitation to rest in wonder, to feel the gentle pulse of cosmic potential, and to drift through imagination as softly as a feather across a sunlit room. Floating along these quiet pathways, the observer senses that the universe does not hurry its revelations. The presence of mysteries, theoretical or unseen, allows the mind to relax, to linger, to notice the subtleties of motion, light, and potential. Without expectation, it is a patient teacher, showing the elegance of complexity without insistence, the beauty of incomprehensible structures without confusion, the serenity of hidden truths without urgency. In these quiet corners, the imagination can wander freely among stars, nebulae, and invisible folds. One may imagine a corridor stretching through space-time, perhaps a wormhole, a passage too subtle for detection, yet soft and possible in theory. The thought is a lullaby, a tender meditation, allowing curiosity to float like a boat on still waters, carried gently by the unseen currents of the cosmos. As the observer drifts further, the mind feels a soft alignment with the slow, patient rhythm of the universe. Each thought, each breath becomes part of a gentle cadence, echoing the quiet hum of galaxies, the folding of light around invisible curves, the soft unfolding of possibilities. Even mysteries, unresolved and perhaps unresolvable, settle into their own gentle space like clouds resting in the vast sky, neither hurried nor incomplete. In this meditative wandering, the observer realizes that beauty lies not in the speed of discovery, but in the act of attentive presence. Even if wormholes remain forever theoretical, even if hidden corridors never reveal themselves, the journey, the slow, soft, immersive experience of space, light, and imagination is enough. There is serenity in observing, calm in contemplating, and quiet joy in being present to the vast, patient cosmos. The quiet corners of the universe invite the mind to settle, to breathe, to rest in the mystery. Threads of light, arcs of gravity, ripples of time, all fold together in a gentle symphony that does not demand comprehension. The observer floats in this harmony, sensing that being part of the story, even as a silent witness, is a form of connection, a soft communion with the patient rhythm of existence. Between the glimmer of distant stars there are shadows that stretch softly across the cosmos, subtle folds where light bends and stretches, and where darkness is not empty but alive with quiet suggestion. These shadows cradle the imagination, inviting the mind to drift gently along their curves, exploring spaces that are neither threatening nor empty, but restful, mysterious, and full of possibility. They remind the observer that even absence can have shape and texture, and that the universe holds both illumination and concealment in gentle balance. In these shaded corridors, the fabric of space-time feels pliant and receptive. Gravity's touch bends light and matter softly, creating contours that ripple like waves across a still lake. The observer senses a delicate rhythm here, a soft ebb and flow that encourages the mind to move with it rather than resist. Shadows become a form of guidance, highlighting the elegance of hidden structures, the quiet architecture of the cosmos, and the patient rhythm of its unfolding story. Even the darkest regions hold a whisper of light. Cosmic dust drifts lazily, tracing faint paths illuminated by distant suns, creating subtle textures in the shadows that are almost tangible. Nebulae, partially veiled, stretch like soft veils across the canvas of night, their folds suggesting secret passages and gentle corridors where light may travel but rarely linger. The mind follows these shapes with ease, imagining the soft contours of unseen wormholes or the faint traces of phenomena that exist beyond perception. The shadows between stars are never uniform. They shift and bend with the motion of planets, moons, and unseen masses. Each subtle variation offers a meditation on impermanence, a gentle lesson that nothing in the universe is fixed, yet everything persists in its own graceful rhythm. The observer can feel the patience embedded in this shifting darkness, the quiet invitation to notice, to linger, and to appreciate the intricate interplay of light and shade without urgency or expectation. Sometimes light curves around massive objects, creating arcs and soft halos in the darkness, revealing glimpses of otherwise hidden structures. These ethereal illuminations trace the invisible contours of gravitational folds, whispering of pathways that may connect distant points if only fleetingly. The mind drifts along these faint outlines, sensing that even within shadows there is structure, a subtle choreography that supports the grandeur of the visible cosmos, without disturbing its calm. In the interstices of these shadows, the imagination can wander freely, tracing potential corridors that may exist only in theory or in the folds of space-time itself. One can picture wormholes as gentle tunnels, folded quietly into the fabric, almost imperceptible, waiting patiently for curiosity to brush past and notice them. They are hidden, yes, but not absent. Their subtle presence suggests that even in what we cannot see, there is order, possibility, and a quiet elegance. Shadows can also be soft mirrors, reflecting faint glimmers of light from multiple angles. Observing this interplay, the mind senses the fluidity of perspective, the idea that nothing is fixed in isolation, and that every point in space interacts, however gently, with its surroundings. These reflections are tender reminders that the universe is patient, that understanding unfolds slowly, and that even unseen or theoretical structures contribute to the quiet harmony of existence. The mind can imagine traveling through these shaded regions, moving softly along corridors of barely perceptible illumination. Stars drift past like lanterns, their light bending around invisible folds, casting fleeting patterns across the darkness. Every shift in light or shadow is an invitation to notice the subtleties, to appreciate the elegance of structures that exist without imposing, and to feel a sense of calm curiosity in the presence of the unknown. Even the densest shadows are filled with gentle energy, gravity, dark matter, and the faint hum of cosmic processes ripple softly, creating invisible currents that guide motion and light in ways that are almost imperceptible. Observing these currents, the mind feels a quiet connection to the pulse of the universe, sensing that even where light does not reach, there is rhythm, coherence, and patient motion, supporting the cosmos with an invisible hand. The interplay of shadows and light encourages a meditative state, a way of perceiving that is both attentive and relaxed. The observer becomes aware of subtle gradients, soft transitions, and the quiet beauty in variance itself. In this awareness, the universe feels alive yet unhurried, complex yet gentle, mysterious yet accessible to imagination, providing a rich landscape for contemplation and restful reflection. Soft shadows bend around cosmic structures, tracing the hidden scaffolding of space-time itself. One can imagine faint tunnels and folds hidden within these veils, secret passages that link distant regions, bending light, matter, and perhaps even the subtle flow of time itself. These imagined pathways bring a sense of wonder, a quiet curiosity that does not demand understanding, but simply invites observation and gentle meditation. Even light interacts with shadows in delicate ways. It stretches, refracts, and folds, creating subtle patterns that shimmer faintly in the mind's eye. Each shimmer suggests a hidden structure, a gentle fold in the cosmic fabric, a possibility that may be more than theoretical. The observer floats alongside these illusions, tracing their paths without pressure, finding calm in the knowledge that mysteries can exist quietly, without haste or insistence. Nebulae partially hidden in shadows give shape to imagination, forming corridors, arches, and soft tunnels that invite exploration. They are not dangerous, not confusing, but soothing and suggestive, like a gentle path winding through a forest at twilight. The mind drifts along these imagined passages, sensing the patience of the universe in every fold, every gradient, every whisper of light and shadow. Shadows provide both contrast and clarity, allowing the mind to see depth without strain, to notice structure without urgency. They are the soft canvas against which stars, nebulae, and cosmic currents play, offering perspective and space for reflection. Observing them slowly, attentively, the mind aligns with the quiet rhythm of the universe, learning that stillness can be as revealing as illumination. Between the darkest regions, subtle pulses of light trace invisible lines, forming ephemeral patterns that appear and vanish with soft grace. Each pulse suggests motion, connection, and continuity, emphasizing that even where perception falters, the universe maintains a quiet coherence. There is reassurance in this subtlety, a meditative calm in knowing that every unseen or theoretical process contributes to the elegance of the cosmos. The observer may notice the gentle sway of gas clouds, the slow rotation of distant galaxies, and the faint bending of starlight around unseen mass. These subtle phenomena are key as soft, continuous breath, a quiet rhythm that reminds the mind to slow, to release tension, and to rest in the presence of vast, patient forces beyond immediate comprehension. Shadows in these spaces offer a comforting softness, an acknowledgement that mystery need not be threatening to be meaningful. Even as the mind imagines possible wormholes tucked within these shadows, the experience remains serene. The corridors may be tiny, ephemeral, or hidden, yet the imagination treats them with care, respect, and gentle curiosity. They are suggestions, invitations to wonder, not demands for comprehension. Their quiet presence fosters a sense of awe and relaxation, blending scientific speculation with the meditative ease of contemplation. The interplay of shadow and light, of presence and absence, creates a universe that feels both vast and intimate. Each unseen corner, each faint fold, each subtle shift in illumination reinforces the patience of the cosmos and the elegance of possibility. The observer senses a gentle invitation to linger, to breathe, and to immerse fully in the quiet mystery that stretches between the stars. Softly, the mind drifts through these spaces, noticing patterns, folds, and currents that would otherwise escape attention. Awareness stretches gently to meet the rhythm of the universe, syncing with its quiet pulse. The observer feels a sense of connection and alignment, a meditative harmony that transcends the need for immediate understanding, fostering restfulness and a gentle, contemplative state. Even in theoretical darkness, the mind perceives beauty. Shadows are not empty, but filled with suggestion, with motion, with the possibility of discovery. They cradle the imagination, providing the soft boundaries necessary for curiosity to unfold safely, and for wonder to rise naturally, without strain. Here the universe feels infinite yet comforting, complex yet tender, and profoundly patient. Out here, where galaxies drift in their slow, deliberate courses, time itself seems to stretch and yawn, inhaling and exhaling in a rhythm almost imperceptible. It is not measured in seconds or minutes, but in the patient unfolding of cosmic events, the subtle blossoming of stars, and the quiet fading of ancient light. Every pulse carries with it the weight of eons, yet moves as effortlessly as a soft breeze across an endless field. The observer feels that rhythm, not as a succession of events, but as a living, breathing presence. Each distant supernova exhales its brilliance into the void, scattering atoms like whispered secrets. Each newly forming star inhales gently, gathering matter with a silent gravity that is both persistent and tender. In this expansive breathing, the universe becomes a living organism, its heartbeat spread across billions of light years, calm, measured, and enduring. Within this flow, time's passage is softened, almost tangible. The spirals of galaxies bend gently in response to invisible currents, The arcs of starlight shimmer subtly as though moving through layers of invisible breath. Nebulae drift like clouds carried on cosmic inhalations, curling softly into themselves, spreading slowly outward, their colors faintly illuminated by distant suns. There is no rush, no urgency, only the slow, patient rhythm of existence. A lullaby for minds willing to surrender to its cadence. Even the vast emptiness between stars holds a soft pulse. Dark matter, unseen yet influential, moves imperceptibly, guiding the motion of everything that is visible with quiet insistence. Light bends ever so slightly around massive objects, tracing paths curved by gravity's gentle hand. Every photon seems to pause momentarily, taking part in the slow exhale of the universe, then continuing its journey, a tiny participant in a grand, meditative motion. The passage of time, when perceived in this way, becomes a gift rather than a pressure. It is a landscape through which consciousness can wander, a continuum that folds past, present, and future into a gentle, flowing whole. The observer drifts alongside it, feeling the soft expansion and contraction of reality, aware that even events of unimaginable scale move with an elegance and patience that can inspire calm reflection. Somewhere, a cluster of stars moves through the dark, tracing a delicate path along invisible currents. Each star carries its own history, yet collectively they follow the rhythm of the cosmos, entwined in a dance that is both intricate and imperceptibly slow. The observer imagines following one of these stars, letting its movement guide them through space, feeling the gentle pull of time's patient breath as it curves and bends around cosmic structure. Nebulae, softly luminous, undulate in response to gravitational waves, their folds and eddies a meditation in motion. Light refracts across their gaseous surfaces, creating transient patterns that shimmer faintly, as if the universe is breathing in color and texture as part of its inhale-exhale. The mind relaxes into this rhythm, sensing that even complexity can be serene, and that patience is embedded in the very way the universe unfolds. Gravity itself contributes to the feeling of time's breath. Massive bodies bend the fabric of spacetime, shaping paths for planets, stars, and light, and introducing a subtle stretch and compression in the flow of moments. The observer imagines each curve, each fold as part of the larger pulse, a necessary motion that is both protective and expressive, maintaining the gentle order of the cosmos. Even in regions where space appears empty, the mind perceives a slow flow, a hidden tide moving matter, energy, and information across unfathomable distances. It is the breath of the universe at its most subtle, a patient, inaudible current that carries galaxies, starlight, and perhaps even the seeds of potential wormholes along paths too vast for human comprehension. Observing this flow is meditative. It encourages a surrender to the enormity of time without fear, an acceptance of the quiet, deliberate pace of all that exists. Stars ignite in quiet bursts, the result of accumulations that have taken millions of years. Their birth is part of the inhale, a slow drawing together of material, a patient gathering that culminates in light. When they burn, they participate in the exhale, scattering energy and matter across space, carrying the calm rhythm of creation outward in waves. Each flare is both energetic and gentle, a soft punctuation mark in the patient narrative of the cosmos. Time's patient breath carries with it the notion that nothing is ever truly lost. Light that has traveled billions of years still reaches an observer's eyes, carrying the story of its origin. Matter ejected from dying stars continues its motion, forming new clouds, new stars, perhaps new planets. In this continuity, the mind finds reassurance. Even the endings are gentle beginnings, and each exhale of the universe holds within it the seed of another inhale. The observer floats in this continuum, imagining the way moments stretch and fold like a slow-moving tide. There is a softness in the perception of time here, a recognition that every interval, every pause is meaningful, and that patience itself is an essential quality of cosmic existence. Awareness of this rhythm fosters a sense of calm, a gentle alignment with the slow, steady pulse of the universe, as if one is breathing in time alongside the stars. Even the passage of light seems to mimic this breath, Photons released in distant stellar furnaces traverse the cosmos in paths that are both direct and curved, their motions subtly guided by the folds of space-time. Each journey is a gentle exhalation, each arrival an inhale of new information into the observer's awareness. In this way, the mind begins to sense the elegance of time as a living, breathing force, rather than a rigid sequence of measurements. Gravity waves ripple softly through the cosmic fabric, their oscillations barely perceptible but ever present. They are the faint exhalations of massive events, the merger of black holes, the passage of colossal stars. These waves do not jolt or frighten. Instead, they travel with quiet assurance, like gentle pulses in a deep hidden rhythm. The observer can align with them, noticing their ebb and flow, feeling a resonance that extends through space and mind alike. Through this patient breathing, even the concept of wormholes feels calm rather than startling. These theoretical corridors folded within space-time might exist or might not, but either way, their gentle presence can be imagined as part of the same inhale-exhale that moves stars, bends light, and carries galaxies. There is serenity in considering them, hidden, delicate, and unhurried, waiting in the folds of space-time as patiently as the cosmos itself breathes. The observer becomes aware of a dual rhythm, one internal, tied to their own breathing and heartbeat, and one vast, cosmic, stretching across billions of years and light. Aligning with this rhythm produces a meditative stillness, a harmony that quiets the mind while opening it to the subtle motions and possibilities of the universe. There is a softness in knowing that human perception is brief, but curiosity and wonder can move along these slower tides, brushing gently against the edges of cosmic breath. Even distant black holes, massive and silent, participate in this patient cadence. Their gravitational pull folds space and time around them, subtly influencing the motion of nearby stars and light. Though destructive in potential, they exist within the rhythm of patience, their pull steady, inevitable, and measured. Observing them in imagination reinforces the sense of calm. Immense forces can move slowly and deliberately, without alarm, without haste, with a quiet assurance that fits into the larger breathing of the cosmos. In the quiet dark between galaxies, the mind can wander free. Tracing imagined currents of time, considering the gentle folds of space-time, and resting in the awareness that the universe unfolds in patient waves. Each thought, each moment of observation, is itself a small echo of the broader inhale and exhale, a soft participation in the cosmic rhythm. Curiosity becomes a form of meditation, wonder a gentle companion, and time a patient teacher. Even theoretical events, like the fleeting opening and closing of a tiny wormhole, blend seamlessly into this rhythm. The mind can imagine their slow opening as an inhale, their collapse as an exhale, each delicate and deliberate, neither violent nor urgent. In this way, mysteries of the universe are comforting, meditative, and even sleep-inducing, as they participate in the same vast breathing that guides stars and shapes light. Every fold, every ripple, every subtle curvature of space-time contributes to the feeling of patient breath. The observer drifts along with it, noticing faint variations, soft undulations, and gentle repetitions that form a quiet cadence. Awareness stretches, contracts, and floats freely, carried by the slow, continuous inhalation and exhalation of the universe, fostering a meditative calm that settles deeply into consciousness. The patient breath of time offers a lullaby that is cosmic in scale, yet intimate in experience. It reminds the observer that vastness need not overwhelm, that complexity can coexist with calm, and that even theoretical mysteries like wormholes or hidden currents of gravity can be contemplated with gentleness. There is a profound peace in this alignment, a recognition that being present to the rhythm of the universe is enough. The inhale and exhale of galaxies, stars, and light stretches endlessly, and the observer drifts with it, each thought and sensation moving in sync with the slow, deliberate pulse. There is a softness in this motion, a lull in tension, a calm assurance that everything is happening as it should, and that the rhythm of the cosmos continues patiently, endlessly, tenderly, inviting the mind to rest and wonder in equal measure. The mind drifts along soft trails of starlight, each ray stretching across the darkness like a delicate ribbon of memory. Stars, distant and patient, scatter their gentle brilliance, creating quiet pathways that invite contemplation and gentle exploration. There is no hurry here. Light moves slowly in imagination, tracing arcs and curves that suggest hidden corridors, softly weaving the observer into the vast tapestry of space. Between these luminous threads, shadows curve and fold, offering contrasts that soothe rather than startle. They cradle the pathways, guiding perception through gentle bends and inviting the mind to wander without urgency. Each step along this starlit corridor feels like a conversation with the universe, a soft exchange between curiosity and wonder, mediated by the serene radiance of ancient suns. As you follow these glowing strands, the light bends subtly around unseen masses. Gravity, invisible yet present, stretches and folds the fabric of space-time, sending waves of shimmer across the dark canvas. The mind can imagine moving with these ripples, floating effortlessly through arcs of illumination, noticing patterns that are simultaneously intricate and gentle, complex and calming. Nebulae drift lazily across this corridor, their gas and dust illuminated by distant stars. Colors shimmer faintly, pinks, blues, and violets fading into the darkness, moving with a rhythm that is almost music. They form soft arches and tunnels that the observer can wander through, as if drifting through the quiet corridors of a dream, each turn revealing subtle changes in texture, shadow, and light. Each star seems to pulse softly, an inhale and exhale mirrored in the observer's own breath. This rhythm is not measured by clocks, but by the gentle beat of cosmic energy that flows through space. Following it creates a meditative state, a sense of harmony with the vastness that surrounds, and a recognition that even the smallest flicker of light participates in the patient unfolding of the universe. Light bends and twists around invisible folds, suggesting corridors that are not physical in the conventional sense but exist in the imagination, in theory, and perhaps in reality somewhere beyond perception. The observer moves through these folded lanes with ease, aware that even the most distant points are connected in subtle ways, like threads in a soft cosmic tapestry. Each step along these threads is a meditation on connection, distance, and the beauty of hidden structure. Time stretches along these beams of starlight. A moment here feels both instantaneous and infinite, as though the mind has entered a space where seconds dissolve into each. The observer can linger, floating gently, noticing details, the faint shimmer of a star's outer layers, the soft gradation of a nebula, the invisible current of gravitational pull. Arness flows with the light, steady, calm, and unhurried. The starlight guides without pressure. Each pathway is a suggestion rather than a command, a gentle coaxing into wonder. Shadows and illumination converse softly, forming arches and corridors that invite exploration, and yet allow the mind to rest in the simple joy of movement, of drifting, of noticing the interplay between light and space. Galaxies spiral slowly in the distance, their arms reaching out like delicate fingers tracing patterns in the dark. Stars within them shimmer in faint echoes of long-past events, carrying with them stories of creation, collapse, and rebirth. Observing these patterns evokes a quiet curiosity, a gentle acknowledgement that even the most immense structures move with patience, grace, and a rhythm that is both comprehensible and mysterious. Floating through these luminous corridors, the mind senses the folds of space-time, subtle curves and gentle bends that hint at possibilities hidden from ordinary perception. Wormholes, theoretical bridges, may exist in such spaces, their presence almost imperceptible, their motion as calm as the surrounding starlight. Imagining them fosters awe, curiosity, and a meditative calm, encouraging reflection without urgency, without expectation. Light itself seems to breathe here. Faint twinkles, slow variations in intensity, and the bending around unseen masses create an almost imperceptible rhythm. The observer, attuned to it, finds a resonance with personal breath, heartbeat, and thought, as if the cosmos and consciousness are entwined in a slow, gentle dance. Awareness expands, yet remains soft, receptive, and calm. Interstellar clouds shimmer faintly, carried along invisible currents. Their edges glow softly, tracing the boundaries of dark voids where light does not fully penetrate. The observer drifts along these illuminated contours, noticing subtle textures, gentle curves, and the rhythm of movement that does not hurry, does not startle, but invites the mind into a meditative presence. Even in vast emptiness, faint light finds a way to create pathways. Photons from distant stars travel across unimaginable distances, bending slightly, weaving subtle arcs, forming trails that suggest connection, continuity, and coherence. Following these threads, the mind senses a vast, slow, deliberate breathing of the cosmos, a patient rhythm that carries matter, energy, and imagination along its folds. The corridors of starlight fold in and out of perception, creating moments of gentle surprise. Shadows briefly deepen, light intensifies, and new patterns appear, as if the universe itself is breathing with a subtle intelligence, guiding observation, curiosity, and reflection. The mind learns to move in tandem with this rhythm, finding a gentle stillness in alignment, and a meditative clarity in the folds of illumination and darkness. Stars that once burned brightly in distant eons now shine faintly, their light stretched and softened by time and space. Each photon carries a story, a tiny echo of cosmic history, unfolding slowly in the corridors of starlight. The observer follows them, not seeking to grasp, control, or measure, but to drift, to notice, to align with the patient rhythm that carries both light and mind through space. Nebulae curve softly like smoke trails, their edges catching faint illumination from hidden suns. Each fold, each shadow, each subtle gradient suggests a secret path, a quiet corridor where imagination can wander freely. The mind relaxes into these shapes, sensing that mystery can be gentle and that wandering itself is a form of meditation, a way to rest in the presence of the vast and patient universe. Cosmic light, bending around unseen masses, suggests connections between distant regions, faint traces of pathways that might be theoretical wormholes or simply the folds of space-time itself. The observer drifts along these curves, aware of the elegance and calm in every motion, and the serenity that comes from moving gently in concert with the universe's hidden rhythms. Floating through this space, the observer becomes aware of subtle pulses of energy, gravitational waves that ripple softly, the gentle sway of stellar clusters, and the slow unfolding of nebulae. Each motion is part of a broader meditative rhythm, a patient breathing that spans billions of years, yet feels immediate in the mind of the quiet observer. Even the darkest corners carry gentle suggestion. Shadows hint at hidden structure, at paths not yet discovered, at subtle folds that may contain untold mysteries. The observer drifts among these folds without urgency, allowing the imagination to trace, linger, and explore, knowing that mystery can coexist with calm, and that the slow movement of thought aligns with the slow movement of the cosmos. Light curves softly around massive objects, creating transient halos that shimmer gently. The observer follows these arcs, noticing the way photons end, fold, and travel along hidden contours. Each observation becomes a meditation, a gentle acknowledgement of the elegance, patience, and subtle motion inherent in all cosmic processes. Stars, nebulae, and unseen masses all participate in a quiet, invisible rhythm, moving along paths shaped by gravity, time, and space-time itself. Following these currents, the observer feels a profound sense of alignment, as if mind, breath, and the cosmos are all entwined in the same slow, meditative dance. Awareness expands, yet remains soft, reflective, and calm, resting in the gentle wonder of cosmic illumination. As the observer continues to drift, the starlit corridors fold, shift, and shimmer, suggesting pathways through the unseen architecture of space-time. Wormholes or folds of the universe may reside here, almost imperceptible, yet their presence is felt in the mind as quiet possibility, an invitation to wonder without haste, and to rest within the gentle rhythm of light and shadow. Nebulae, dust clouds, and the soft glow of distant stars form arches and corridors that seem simultaneously ephemeral and eternal. Each fold, Each curve, each shimmer becomes a meditation, a reminder that time and space are patient, that light and shadow converse softly, and that wandering itself can be a lullaby, a gentle drift into calm awareness. The mind floats along these luminous paths, noticing the interplay of shadow, light, and invisible curvature. Each observation encourages a gentle stillness, a soft alignment with the rhythm of the universe. Curiosity is present, but without urgency. Wonder expands naturally, mingling with calm, reflection, and the sense of being softly cradled by the patient cosmos. The universe speaks in whispers, though not in words that can be heard or read, tells its stories in light and shadow, in the slow unfolding of galaxies, in the delicate curves of nebulae, and the quiet pulse of stars across eons. Each star, each cloud of dust, each ripple in space-time, is a syllable in a story that has been told since the first light ignited, a tale without end, continuous, patient, and gentle. Floating amidst this vastness, the observer can feel themselves as a listener. The cosmos invites attention, not with urgency but with calm insistence. Stories are offered softly, not in a rush of information, but in the slow, deliberate movements of matter and energy. Every pulse of light, every subtle fold of space, carries meaning that can be felt as a rhythm, a gentle cadence, a patient narrative that drifts through time and perception. The stars themselves are storytellers, casting their glow across the darkness, like lanterns along a quiet path. Their light reaches across incomprehensible distances, carrying histories of creation and collapse, of energy given and transformed. Following their paths, one senses the careful, deliberate narration of the universe. Each moment a sentence, each galaxy a chapter, each supernova a turning point in the ongoing epic of existence. Even the void participates in the story. The darkness between stars and galaxies is not empty. It is a canvas upon which the universe paints its subtle tales. Gravitational waves ripple through it as soft punctuation. Invisible currents trace gentle arcs, and the folds of space-time whisper possibility. These hidden motions are as much a part of the narrative as the visible light, forming a quiet subtext that invites reflection and wonder. Nebulae drift in arcs and folds, their colors muted and ethereal, like illustrations in a storybook made of light. Pink and violet clouds curl gently, forming shapes that seem almost intentional, guiding the observer's mind along imagined pathways. Shadows fold in between these luminous waves, creating contrast, tension, and depth, much as the cadence of prose or poetry shapes a story, giving it weight and texture. Time itself narrates alongside space. Its patient breath marks the rhythm of events. Stars are born, live, and die. Planets form and drift. Light travels across the expanse, carrying memory and promise. Each moment is both fleeting and eternal, a duality that the universe communicates without explanation, allowing the observer to feel it rather than to comprehend it fully. Even theoretical phenomena, like wormholes, are part of this storytelling. They fold space into hidden passages, silent corridors that may or may not exist, yet their imagination sparks wonder. These unseen pathways are metaphors as much as possibilities, gentle reminders that the universe holds secrets beyond the reach of current understanding, and that stories can exist in the spaces between what is known and what is possible. Black holes, massive and silent, are storytellers too. Speaking in gravity and curvature, they fold space-time in ways that hint at mysteries, bending light, swallowing matter, and shaping their surroundings with patient, inexorable care. Their presence suggests depth, consequence, and the inevitability of certain truths, adding tension and drama to the universe's ongoing narrative, yet in a manner that is quiet, almost reverent. The observer drifts through this unfolding story, aware of their own small role as witness and participant. Their consciousness is like a candle in the vast library of the cosmos, flickering gently yet perceiving the grandeur of the volumes around it. Each observation is an act of listening, a way to participate in the narrative without interrupting its slow, deliberate pace. Galaxies spiral gracefully, each arm tracing paths that seem choreographed, conveying histories and relationships across distances that exceed imagination. Stars within them flicker in soft rhythms, sometimes forming clusters that resemble punctuation marks or decorative flourishes in a manuscript. These subtle patterns are part of the storytelling, providing texture and nuance that invite contemplation, not conclusion. Cosmic light bends around massive objects, forming arcs and loops that create visual metaphors for continuity, connection, and resonance. Observing these paths, the mind can sense the careful structuring of narrative across scales both immense and minute, where each event influences countless others in ways that are gentle, patient, and meditative. Even in the darkest reaches, the universe speaks. The black void between galaxies is not silent, it hums softly with potential, with the gravity of unseen matter, with possibilities yet to unfold. The observer senses these quiet narratives as a subtle undercurrent, a soft accompaniment to the visible stories of light and motion, enriching the experience of cosmic listening. Stars die, scattering their material outward, enriching the fabric of the cosmos for future generations of light and matter. This cycle is narrated not with drama, but with calm inevitability, a gentle reminder that endings are beginnings, that the story is continuous, patient, and ever unfolding. Every supernova is a sentence, every planetary nebula a paragraph, every cluster of stars a chapter. Nebula and dust clouds form arches, tunnels, and folds, offering pathways for the imagination. The observer drifts along these luminous corridors, sensing the narrative in the patterns of light and shadow. Each fold is a metaphor, each shimmer a pause, each gradient a subtle turn in the story that encourages reflection, calm, and wonder. Gravitational waves ripple gently through space-time, carrying energy and information across the universe. These waves are like the quiet rhythm of a storyteller's voice, subtle and pervasive, shaping perception without drawing attention to themselves. They remind the observer that narrative exists in motion as well as form, in energy as well as matter, in the unseen as well as the visible. Time's patient breath continues alongside this narrative, stretching and folding moments into a rhythm that feels both immediate and eternal. Observing this, the mind aligns gently, feeling a connection with the cadence of cosmic events, sensing that to be present is to be part of the story itself. The observer's awareness is absorbed into the lull of space-time, softening the edges of thought, relaxing tension, and inviting meditation. Even speculative ideas, like hidden wormholes or exotic matter, are threads in the universe's story. They are not demands for comprehension, but invitations to wonder, to dream, to explore possibilities without expectation. Imagining them becomes an act of participation in the narrative, a quiet contemplative dialogue with the cosmos. Stars, nebula, and dark matter converse in this patient storytelling. Each participates in a choreography that is complex yet gentle, dynamic yet unhurried. The observer drifts, noticing patterns, shifts, and subtle harmonies, feeling a calm resonance with the motion of everything from the smallest photon to the largest galaxy. The observer's own consciousness becomes a lens for this cosmic storytelling, a way to perceive rhythm, structure, and beauty without interference. Attention is soft, curiosity gentle, and understanding unnecessary. The story is absorbed through perception, felt in the mind, the heart, and the quiet awareness that one is a small, peaceful part of the ongoing unfolding. Light bends, stars shimmer, and shadows fold in endless, patient rhythm. Each moment is an invitation to observe, to breathe, and to rest in the flow. The universe continues its patient narration, indifferent to urgency, unhurried, and deeply meditated. The observer learns that to listen is enough, that alignment with the rhythm brings calm, and that awareness itself can become a lullaby. Nebula form arches and corridors that fold gently into the imagination. Each curvature of light and shadow suggests hidden paths, quiet corridors of possibility, and serene structures waiting to be explored by thought alone. There is no need to reach or touch. The story is already accessible through gentle observation, through the soft act of listening with mind and spirit. Even cosmic silence carries narrative. The vast emptiness between clusters of stars hums with potential, Folds of spacetime whisper of hidden connections, and gravitational currents move subtly, imparting meaning through motion rather than words. The observer absorbs this quietly, recognizing the universality of patient storytelling. Stars die, leaving glowing remnants that seed the creation of new structures. Galaxies rotate in grand spirals, nebulae drift lazily, and the fabric of spacetime folds subtly. All of this constitutes narrative, unfolding without haste, speaking through existence itself, inviting those who are willing to listen into a meditative, gentle awareness of the universe as an eternal storyteller. The observer becomes increasingly relaxed, attuned to the cadence of cosmic narration. Each inhalation and exhalation of thought aligns with the patient rhythm of the universe. As galaxies pulse, stars twinkle, and light curves softly around invisible folds, awareness drifts, tension dissolves, and the mind opens to the quiet majesty of stories told by the cosmos itself. Every photon, every gravitational ripple, every fold of spacetime participates in this endless, gentle storytelling. The observer realizes that to witness, to imagine, and to feel is participation enough. There is no conclusion, no urgency, no finality, only the patient, endless, calming narration of a universe that has been telling its story since the first light, and will continue long after. In this meditative awareness, the observer rests, letting the story wash over them. Curiosity remains, soft and tender, imagination drifts like starlight, and the mind floats in alignment with the gentle cadence of existence. Every detail, every shimmer, every fold becomes a soft lullaby, carrying the consciousness into a state of serene presence. The universe, patient and eternal, continues its story, and the observer, cradled by starlight and the breath of cosmic time, drifts quietly, listening, imagining and resting within the gentle embrace of endless unfolding narrative.